Sandra all the time is here with the cold hard truth. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. Tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama, call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra. And
That's right, folks. Everyone is telling their mama about the cold hard truth. Welcome to another episode with more truth-telling, more problem-solving, and of course, more tea spilling than ever before. Sit back, students, grab your tea and turn up the volume because class is now in session. Call in at 936-2626 because your voice matters. Share your opinion on issues that matter the most to you.
Good morning. Oh, it's just us.
Hello.
No, Sandy. All right, we'll take over from here.
Welcome to the cold hard truth.
Welcome, where you learn the truth. We problem solve and
2 + 2 = 7.
Spill the milk.
Spill the milk.
And the tea. You know, I was watching some documentary over the weekend. By the way, happy Easter. Hope you had a great holiday weekend.
Yeah.
Where it was how the British loved tea. This was way back in the 1800s. And they're like, the only place that grew tea was in China.
Yeah.
Right?
The spice route. Getting all that stuff from there.
So they concocted a thing where they would send a guy undercover.
And steal it all.
To China and steal it all.
Yeah.
He stole like the secrets. He stole some plants when the guy wasn't looking. Put it in his bag. I mean, I don't know how long it took this guy to get to China back in the 1800s. How do you even do that? I don't know. So many questions.
Just to bring you back.
But the British stole the tea and they went back and now they grow their own tea.
They stole a lot.
Wow. I mean.
Good morning.
Hello.
Try to steal everything, invade every country.
Yeah, well.
You know. Here we go.
I can tell you, but that's what they did back in the day.
Exactly.
Good morning.
We were paused.
Good morning.
There.
All right.
Good morning. How was your weekend?
Good. How are you guys?
We are good.
Awesome.
One more song?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm going to play some other stuff while I grab some water then.
Stand by. Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Of course, I mean that in the nicest way.
Hello.
Right? Are we back?
Yes. Are you ready for me?
Oh, I thought you were playing something.
Yeah, I was. I was playing some.
I was telling Aaron about how I was watching some documentary over the weekend about how the Brits went to China and stole their tea secrets.
Oh, leave it up to the Brits to do some stealing. Yes, that's
all done.
Not unheard of for them.
How was Easter? Did the Easter Bunny come to your house?
Yes, it had to. There were lots of demands about where's the Easter Bunny? Mm-hmm. I'm like, oh man, I think he's late.
We had a great weekend.
I was like,
a great weekend.
He's on his way. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw our Facebook page. We made a big announcement yesterday.
No, I got to admit that I don't really look at a whole lot of stuff on Facebook these days.
Can you pull up our Facebook page and play it on your feed?
Hold on. Let me see. Depends on. It's not music, is it?
That's a short piece of music, but it's fine because it's on our Facebook, so it should be fine on yours.
No, it'll be wow.
It's a TV show
Theme song.
theme song.
Yeah.
How about that?
All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Let's not
Hold
get
on
banned.
1 second here.
Supposed to
Facebook.
push as exciting news.
Kiss 106.
Mm-hmm.
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 Where is Kiss 106? Oh.
Just write in Kiss FM. Okay.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Mm-hmm. It's the one from April the 1st.
Yes.
The real.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at you! Look at that picture, Blake, from a day ago. That doesn't
Okay.
look too shabby.
Yeah,
All right, give me 1 second here. Let me see. We shall share this page. Make sure everybody can see it.
Mhm.
Hold on. Coming in strong.
Coming in hot.
Give me 1 quick second. Sorry.
Mhm.
My Instagram folks are listening or not listening because I need to start that feed real quick. Give me 1 quick second
We
here.
threw a little curveball there, but
That's okay. We used to multitasking around here. Okay, so we got Facebook. We're going to pull it in, share the screen. All right. So this is 106's page,
There you go.
and I am going to unmute this.
yeah.
Oh no. No way. A spinoff.
Gotta play it. Let it play it from the beginning. There we go.
I love it. Oh my God. Look at the mic being thrown. Oh my gosh. This is too funny.
You're a Vanderpump Rules watcher. You'll
I totally am.
get
wow.
you'll get the
Yes.
open there.
In fact, it's probably one of the only remaining shows that
Reality
I still
shows?
watch, like reality TV wise, because I'm so
All right,
busy
Andy.
that everything else falls by the wayside.
Here we go.
All right. That's hilarious. If you know, you know.
Big news. I have some important news for you. Interesting news.
It's Blake and Aaron's Spilling the Tea with Sandy.
K-Man's top news headlines of the day from CMR.
Oh, here we go. Back at it. Hey, Sandy.
Hello.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Hope you guys had a fantastic Easter weekend. We are back in the saddle. Happy Tuesday.
Yeah.
Lots of news.
Yes.
Couple things I wanted to talk to you about.
Oh, okay.
Well, I wanted to hear about what the heck is going on with the British Airways flight.
Oh, okay.
By the way,
Well,
for those of you that dropped off
yes.
people yesterday on the BA,
Mhm.
they're still flying.
What?
still-
What do you
Yeah,
mean they're still flying.
they're still flying. They have not. Let me see. Let me see where they are. They are still flying. They're
Oh.
They still have another 20 minutes of flight left.
Okay.
And the one that left yesterday.
Wait, what?
That left.
Why? Where
Okay.
did it
Well, I
go?
know that the one that came in was delayed.
Because for whatever reason, they're not flying over Cuba, or Cuba's
Yes.
not allowing them to fly over.
Oh yeah, what's happening with this?
So they have to fly all the way down to Haiti and back up. The Cayman flight from Cayman to Nassau is now
Mhm.
2 hours and 20 minutes.
wow.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So wait, hold on. Why can't we fly over Cuba?
I
now?
don't know.
Well, I don't know. It's a question that we're trying to get an answer to, but we've not been able to ascertain what's going on yet.
So of course that delayed everything. And so can you imagine 2.5 hours to Nassau from here?
Right?
That's crazy. I'd be so
Yeah.
mad.
Interesting.
By the way,
You
there's
know,
lots of other
Cuba plays
planes.
by its own rules. I got to be honest with you.
People commented in the post that you made, and they were just saying
Mhm.
that they didn't pay their fees, or that the time change affected. They didn't get permission. You have to have permission to fly over another country, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, and there was a time change this morning in the UK, so I do
was
wonder.
Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday.
Yes.
But
Well,
has-
we're going to try to find out. We're asking questions.
Yeah.
So if we hear anything, we'll definitely let you guys know.
And then I want to give a shout out to the CARIFTA game.
Yes. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Amazing. Wow.
Absolutely
So
amazing.
cool.
We're going to
Yeah.
talk all things CARIFTA this morning. But
Yeah,
yes, that was an amazing performance by our young people. Everybody, track and field, swimming, shot put, which is part of track and field. We didn't do too bad in the medal list. I'm going to try to get the final count this morning, which we'll talk about here shortly.
What was that? The 100
Congratulations.
meters in like 10.14 seconds or something? Man, send that kid to the Olympics.
I know. We got to get him ready. So yeah, we're going to talk all things related to CARIFTA this morning as well. So congratulations to all of our young people. Gold, silver. Yeah, we did great. Swimmers always do extremely well, but they, held their own. So we've got lots of sports to talk about on the show this morning. So very, very exciting news. So congratulations to all of the athletes that participated and really made the team. So well done.
All right, what else you got?
All right. So, of course, it wouldn't be a weekend without some accidents. So there was one of interest that happened on Saturday. I believe it was Saturday. The days are kind of muddled together. But yes, it was Saturday. A Honda Fit ended up in the bushes. And the police have said that was a single vehicular accident. And the person was arrested on suspicion of DUI. And this was like in the afternoon. It's pretty wild. But anyway, they needed some medical assistance as well.
And I saw the cops out on Easter.
Yeah, they look like they definitely made their presence known. No major incidents that we're aware of.
Don't worry, everyone. Though the roads were a speedway this morning, so it's all back to normal.
Yeah.
Lord.
Don't worry, everybody. There's less traffic, so everyone's weaving in and out at 80 miles an hour. It's okay.
No,
No big deal. We asked everyone nicely, though, to please drive respectably.
No.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Here's a couple of things that's happening. Boggy Sands Club denies doing business in a residential zone. So this is making some news. If they filed an appeal against an enforcement notice issued by the Director of Planning for the unauthorized use of land to conduct a commercial business in a low-density residential area. They say that planning says that this has been done without the grant of a planning permission. However, Boggy Sands is seeking the enforcement notice be squashed, and they're saying, wait a minute, we're going to dispute that, claiming that it's a private beach for owners, guests, employees, and agents of Boggy Sands to swim, sunbathe, snorkel, and engage in other recreational activities. So according to a letter from Boggy Sands attorney Wade DaCosta, the appeal is being filed on the grounds that the decision of the acting director of planning, Ron Sanderson, basically was his decision to issue an enforcement notice was erroneous and unlawful, unreasonable, and a breach of principles of natural justice. So we'll keep you guys updated on that situation. Bird flu hits the U.S. dairy cattle for the first time. Now, cow flu and not bird flu? I don't know. Anyway, it spread to dairy cattle in the U.S., impacting cows across several states and causing officials to re-emphasize the importance of only consuming pasteurized dairy products. So the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Food and Drug Administration, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention confirmed the spread of the bird flu, saying that they tested sick cattle from dairy farms in Kansas and Texas.
We don't need another shutdown because someone drank some raw cow flu milk.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works.
No raw milk or fresh milk.
Exactly. So
pasteurize it.
Yes. So, bird flu impacts the bird populations in Europe and Asia back in August 2020, species across the U.S. So now we see that it's skipping over to another animal. So just be careful out there, folks. Nobody needs another lockdown. All right. Google was ordered to reveal the identities of YouTube video viewers. This is kind of concerning, but interesting all at the same time from a legal perspective. So U.S. federal investigators have ordered Google to provide information on all viewers of select YouTube videos, according to multiple court orders obtained by Forbes magazine. Yes, the authorities asked for the IP addresses of users who weren't logged in when they watched those videos between January the 1st and the 8th, 2023. So we don't really know what this is all about, but there's a suspected money laundering scheme going on here by selling Bitcoin for cash. Yep. So as part of the investigation, agents sent the suspects links to tutorials on YouTube about mapping via drones and augmented reality software. Then they ask YouTube to send them data about the people who watched that video. This seems very interesting. Like, to catch a predator, they set you up. So apparently those videos were not private. So by the time the agents asked YouTube's parent company, Google, for the information about the viewers, they'd been watched over 30,000 times. One of the live stream has over 130,000 subscribers. So that's going to be quite an extensive list of people. And yes, that looks like what's happening this morning.
All right.
Alrighty then.
Another breaking news story for you.
Oh, yes.
Well, we did post that yesterday, the video of our Vanderpump Rules spinoff. It wasn't it was an April Fool's joke.
People got that.
I was not taking it serious, but I mean, I like the video. Whoever did
cool
that
video, right?
Yeah, I like it.
However, there may be actually something that spins off out of that. Just saying.
TV, I got you.
All right.
Thanks very much. Have a great day, guys.
See you later.
Thank you so much. All right, folks.
Lots of NCAA tournament action over the week.
Hold on. Pull those guys out and kick them out of the studio. We do have Health City Cayman Islands joining us this morning, except the only person I see on is Shamari. Where is Dr. Sandeep? Isn't he coming? Shamari, good morning. You might have to play doctor this morning.
Good morning, Sandy. How are you doing?
I know he had a tight schedule this morning, and I'm wondering if something came up. I know your physicians are very, very busy.
I will have to message him. I didn't realize he wasn't on because when I'm in the bathroom,
all right. So let me allow you to do that and just message me in the back room chat once he's there, and we'll do a little bit of roll call while we're waiting. Good morning, everybody. What's going on? So y'all might notice some adjustments in the studio. I kind of, you can't see my on-air sign. It's being blown out, I think, by the light behind it. Good morning, caller. Oh, hold on. For some reason, I can't hear you. Let me plug this in. Hello? Nope, still can't. One second, Mr. Dexter. I can hear you, but just not through the board. Hello?
Good morning.
There you go. All right, honey child. Good morning. How was your Easter?
It was great. It was
fantastic.
Quiet. Good. Of course, when you get to a certain age in life, excitement is not,
not what you're looking for.
Is an important excitement. I was reading in the New York, NBC New York, about Hyundai and Kia. We called 3 to 4 million vehicles over by a risk. 6 months later, most of the autos remain on the road. The brake fluid leaks onto the circuit board of the anti-lock brake system, causing an electrical short and igniting fluid. No, this is no joke. I mean, this is something. It was in Miami, NBC, and the New York itself, and it's very dangerous. People should know about this.
Okay. I mean, I haven't heard anything about it, but we can certainly.
Well, it was on. I don't know if it was on yesterday. I don't think it was on yesterday. It was the day before.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see what we can find out about it.
Yeah, because that's serious.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Dex, I appreciate you informing us. Right. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, there's not everything that we know, to be honest. So sometimes, we don't mind you guys sending us news information because, sometimes we just got to find out. That's interesting. Everybody doing good otherwise? Everybody, I trust, had a safe and happy Easter. Some of y'all were upset with me. My West Bay people were upset with me apparently on Thursday because we had the discussion about tagging trees. And I said to them, honey, chill. Every discussion is on the table. It's fair game. So it's not really, okay. Dr. Sanjeev is trying to log on. We'll check him in just a second. Yeah, so it's a bit strange that y'all get upset about certain things because I think by now everyone should know how this works. Yes, all discussions are potentially on the table. And just because I may or may not know the individuals involved that doesn't mean anything. Does that make any sense? Y'all feel me? Um, it is the art of being fair and impartial to everybody, right? So just because you're my friend, you're an acquaintance, even if you're in the top 5 and you happen to be newsworthy for whatever reason, honey chill, then you become newsworthy. As I often tell Cindy, because Cindy and I have a little laugh about this, I hope that she never ends up on CMR for anything bad, because she has a wicked sense of humor that we really enjoy. But I often tell her, the best I can do for you, Cindy, if you ever get arrested, let me just adjust the camera here. I think it's focused on something else. There we go. I said, Cindy, the best that I can do for you is to try to use the best possible photo. So I'll make you look good, because I'm going to pick the best photo I can find of you. And that's about all you're going to get. So she chuckles every time I say that, but it's actually the truth. So, there we go. And the Lord said, there shall be light. Turned on the light. What a difference it makes. All right. There, I can see now, Dr. Sandeep. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We'll give you 1 second to, you're sitting in front of a window. I don't know if you can do anything about that. Rule of thumb, never sit in front of a window when you're on camera, because it just blows out your whole existence. So if you can reposition yourself where that window isn't directly behind you, that would be so awesome. All right. In the meantime, Samari, today we're going to be talking about World Health Day. And I know that Dr. Sanjeev has limited time with us this morning. So first of all, we missed you last week.
Yes.
But welcome
but I'm here.
back.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
welcome back.
I also, just to make you aware, it was my 16th annual 30th birthday on Sunday. So
I love it. Happy belated birthday.
Yeah. So I was away with the family. Michelle decided that the boys should see snow, could have been bugging her for so long. First time I saw snow, I must have been 20. But we went to Niagara, even though the snow wasn't coming down, when they push it up against the side of the road and whatnot. So they were in the snow and they had a great snowball fight. It was absolutely amazing. So,
that's awesome. Yeah, every kid should experience snow. It's on my bucket list. Definitely.
Well, when I was 20, I was actually in the snow making snow angels. People were looking at me. I was in Boston. People were looking at me like I was crazy, but you have to get it done. So
yeah, absolutely.
But today is definitely, it's actually April 7th. That's World Health Day. And we are pleased to have Dr. Sandeep here with us. He's our senior consultant for internal medicine. He's an internal medicine specialist. Dr. Sandeep is part of the A team that came with us from the very, very beginning. And he is kind of that funnel, right? Whereby anything that you think may be wrong, when you come to Health City, Dr. Sandeep is probably one of the first persons you'll see before.
So just 1 second for me, Shamari. People are saying that they're not hearing you. So let me just check one or two little things. Let me just make sure that we are okay. Let's try that instead.
Testing. Well, I know you can hear me, so I don't know if
I can definitely hear you. So let us know, folks, if you can now hear Shamari. That was weird why you couldn't hear him. Go ahead, Shamari.
Perfect. So I'm just mentioning that Dr. Sandeep was part of the A team that came with us when we first started. He is our senior consultant for internal medicine, and he's a specialist in that area. And I was saying that the reason we have Dr. Sandeep here with us, April 7th is World Health Day. And the actual theme is My Health, My Right. And it just talks about championing the right of everyone to access quality health services, as well as information, safe drinking water, and the list goes on. But obviously in the context of Health City, it's about the access to high quality health that we would have here, obviously in the Cayman Islands. And Dr. Sandeep is a part of that funnel. So if you have any ailment and you aren't quite sure what it is, but it's serious enough that you need to present to the hospital, a lot of times you go to see a Dr. Sandeep and or Dr. Tarun, and either they will be able to help you, or if they can't, they'll make sure to hand off to the right physician that will be able to try and get to the bottom of whatever the health ailment is. So big welcome welcome to Dr.
Okay, so we're still having a little bit of an issue. People are saying they can't hear you on radio. Social can hear you quite fine. So we'll continue, and hopefully I can get you sorted out on radio. So Dr. Sandeep, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So, of course, we are here to talk about World Health Day, which, as Shamari just said, is celebrated around the world globally on April the 7th. Tell us a little bit about what World Health Day actually is all about.
Yes, thank you, Sandra and Shamari, for having me here. Sorry about some glitches from but I could not join a little
That's
early
okay.
today. Um, yeah, basically, it's nothing specific agenda. And every year, the World Health Organizations and all the other societies in the world try to make these type of awareness days
Mhm.
where I just say that health is important. If you're not done your basic health screen, please go to the doctor or consider those type of screening tests where all the institution and clinics now in every institution do offer these type of screening tests in a package type thing where
Mhm.
you do your routine health screen, or either you see the doctor first and get the tests done according to your risk factors, or do those tests for that particular age, and also consider other important cancer screens, which is commoner in certain age group.
Mhm.
So they have given us, my health, my right is is a motto for this year's World's Health Day. Um, but it is, as you know, it is always important every year for anybody to get these type of wellness screens done.
So, I mean, I think it's important to have just these discussions because, again, it reminds our audience about taking their health, seriously all year round. But these markers sort of will remind you, okay, it's this month, that month. So, my health, my right, being the theme, the World Health Organization again, and public advocates all over the world are making sure that they, just absorb this day, but also try to educate people. So everyone has the right to healthcare. And we know, Shamari, that it's very, very difficult sometimes when you look at the global picture of what's available in terms of healthcare opportunities. It's tough to know that there are people in the world who don't have access to healthcare. And I think that if we look at what has occurred here in the Cayman Islands as it relates to the availability of health services, Health City Cayman Islands has really been a game changer. And I know you guys are coming up this month and celebrating 10 years. I can't believe that it's been 10 years. But yeah, I mean, tell us a little bit about, we've got the slide here on the screen talking about the global picture. Some 140 countries will recognize this as a human right in their constitution. And some countries are not passing and enacting laws to ensure that their population are entitled to have access to health services. So tell us a little bit in your mind how Health City Cayman Islands has really been a game changer.
And just to mention, Sandy, that a part of the mission of Narayana, for which Health City was created as a subsidiary, was through Dr. Shetty's vision. And if you ever hear him speak, he'll speak about the fact that 100 years after the first heart surgery, only 20% of the world's population can either gain access or can afford to have those tertiary types of services. And that's why in India, that has one of the world's largest populations, if not the largest, I think they were on track to become the largest. There were a lot of people who weren't able to access heart surgery just due to the makeup of healthcare, and that you had to pay out of pocket for most of it in India. And he wanted to reduce the cost through efficiency, through doing more of the surgeries, through having great physicians across the board, obviously with like a Dr. Sandeep, but we go further in cardiac, because we're speaking about cardiac right now, like a Dr. Benoit, a Dr. Ravi, etc., that we're always looking to reduce the cost. And he was able to get the cost of a cabbage, as we call it, or a bypass surgery in India down to $1,400. Now, obviously, the price points in India would be different, but it used to cost a lot more to gain access. And then when we looked at the Cayman Islands, which is, as you would know, one of the highest cost jurisdictions in the world, but definitely in the Western Hemisphere as well, our cost of doing business and such is akin to New York, right? In regards to the high overheads and the such. And when it came to these high levels of tertiary care, when you look at a cardiac bypass surgery that will cost you anywhere from 100,000, 150,000, 250,000, we're able to do it here at Health City at the same, if not better, quality than most of your facilities in the U.S. at a fraction of the cost, anywhere between 25 and 35,000 US. Will be able to do it when it costs you 150,000 US. And by doing that, now obviously the Cayman population gains the benefit of that. But then you have countries with individuals that don't have insurance or don't have insurance that will cover up to 150, 200,000, but they can afford the 25,000 or the 30,000, and they have been able to gain access to healthcare at that level here at Health City in the Cayman Islands. So this isn't just a story about what we're doing within the Cayman Islands, which already through HSA and other providers, we're providing wide range of services, but the tertiary level and higher wasn't offered before Health City, just based on population size and the such, and Health City was able to, fulfill the majority of gaps here in the Cayman Islands. But outside of that, there's so many people that if you come to Health City, you meet people from Turks and Caicos, Trinidad, you meet people from Honduras, Canada, all over the world who are accessing life-saving surgeries for a fraction of the cost here at Health City.
Wow. So 4.5 billion people around the world, and that's more than half of the world's population. They're not fully covered by essential health services. So, I think we have to recognize how incredibly fortunate we are. And thank you, Shamari, for always reminding us of the vision that was extended here as part of the Health City Cayman Islands, and Dr. Shetty's just sort of mandate, if you will. His vision has been amazing in the impact that it's had. And, the trickle-down effect when we think about World Health Day, not just for the Cayman Islands, but regionally as well. Cayman's tentacles and those of Health City Cayman Islands reaches all corners of the world. We've seen people come here from all walks of life, regionally, internationally, to be able to access amazing services here. And they tell you, we've seen them, we've had them on the show. They talk about, yes, they're from the US and they're supposed to have great healthcare there, but, the experience that they've had here in the Cayman Islands simply doesn't compare to, especially at the cost point, the affordability, the expertise that's available just isn't, it's not, not that they're trying to put the U.S. facilities down, but they've actually said that it's just been such an amazing experience for them that they would have rather not be anywhere else. So Health City's efforts here, Shamari, residents are fortunate to have over 200 registered healthcare facilities in the Cayman Islands. And of course, Health City Cayman Islands being one of those. Tell us a little bit about the accolades that Health City Cayman Islands has received, even in terms of your actual certifications,
Definitely. So especially when we first started, a lot of people from this side of the world wouldn't necessarily have heard about Dr. Devi Shetty. Obviously, people in Asia and in the circles of healthcare, if you're in it, for instance, Kaiser Permanente and their CEO, Robbie Pearl, who is very well known throughout the US as well. Like individuals like that know about Dr. Shetty, but prior to Health City being here, a lot of your regular individuals wouldn't. So we needed to get the Joint Commission International seal of approval, which more or less is that FDA stamp of approval that will tell Americans and Canadians that this is a facility that can be trusted. And we were, in a record time, we were able to get our JCI approval. They said to us, listen, We did it in just a little over a year. They're like, listen, when you get this, if you actually fail it, that means you're going to have a rough go. And we're like, no, 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 we're ready. And that's because we had already had JCI approved accreditations within our network in India already. So we knew what was needed. And just a part of the ethos, in order to be efficient, we have to go through all of the types of SOPs. So those are the standing operating procedures and the such, to make sure that we're able to reduce the cost and give great quality. So we're already doing the majority of the things that JCI would be looking at. So we were able to get that Joint Commission International accreditation. I think we got that one specific to Health City as the unit 3 times. And new accreditation version of JCI is the group. So that means, a group of hospitals, for which obviously we have quite a few in India. We were able to get, and to be the first in the Caribbean to get the second layer of JCI. But outside of accolades and JCI and the such, it really comes down to our quality of outcomes. And anytime we have physicians or other hospital leaders that come and actually look at our quality of outcomes in regards to our surgeries and the such, that's what really sets us apart. That they marvel and they're blown away by the excellence that we have here at Health City in the Cayman Islands. So it's another proud moment for us as Cayman, that yes, we're doing great things from a tourism perspective, doing great things from a financial services perspective, but now from a healthcare perspective, you have even Harvard Business School out of the US has come, and they actually have classroom talk picks about Health City Cayman Islands and how we're able to do what we're able to do. So it's a proud moment, and saying it's a proud moment for Cayman, that brings me to, my mother would kill me if I didn't mention Devontae Howell and Jado Reed.
Oh
Jaden
my
Reed,
gosh,
those two
yes.
gentlemen who she would have helped along their way when they were with her at Prospect Primary. And she was the PE coach there, and they would have helped her to win some primary school championships at that point in time. So she's always very proud when her former athletes go abroad. And in CARIFTA, it's amazing that we were able to actually get both gold and silver. And what a lot of people don't
Hmm.
realize is that the Usain Bolts at this age would have been winning those
Hmm.
types of 100-meter races in CARIFTA. So we have a bright future when
Hmm.
it comes to track and field, with not only those two, but all the swimmers and everything as well. So hopefully, from this crop, we will get that first gold medal in the Olympics for the.
Hmm.
So just needed to give a big shout out to Devontae Howell and Jaden Reed, who did amazing things for us at CARIFTA.
Yes, absolutely. We're going to give them lots of praise and accolades a bit later on this morning. So, some of the global health concerns, Dr. Sandeep, that we'll mention here, it's a long list, obviously, but this is definitely some of them. Long term COVID, long haul COVID is at the top of the list. Give us an idea of how this continues to impact people. I know that obviously the world has somewhat returned to normal. But I think it would be remiss of us to believe that people are still not dying from COVID-19, and that people are still not becoming extremely sick. And also that long haul COVID, which is something that they discovered, probably quite a few months into the COVID pandemic, that this wasn't something that even if you survived it, that you got over it. There are people who are impacted, and I don't think they know quite yet how long it's going to be, but there are people who might have long lasting or maybe even lifelong repercussions from the COVID infection. So tell us a little bit about, what we're looking at in this time right now with COVID.
Yes, Sandra. Well, the long COVID syndrome is more still, it's not fully understood.
Mm-hmm.
They just have theories about this diagnosis. Most of the US and European countries have these centers where they give importance to diagnosis of this long COVID syndrome. It's basically a post-viral immune response where you have various symptoms, right
Mm-hmm.
from sometimes it's very classical symptoms, uh, clinically important, versus tiredness and fatigue-related problems, chronic dizziness, is what
Mm-hmm.
I've seen. Joint aches and muscle aches um, cr- uh, loss of smell. So these are the spectrum of symptoms which have been told in long COVID syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
Easier said than told. It's still they're still not they're not there's no clarity about exact diagnosis or treatment. It's just a
Mm-hmm.
post-viral response. So it can last from weeks to months to years after some infection. As I told you, there are some long COVID clinics and post-COVID clinics now set up in US where they diagnose these problems, and
Mm-hmm.
whatever treatment they say, it's all in the as you know, not approved enough to consider, like immunosuppression and immunoglobulins and steroids and all the other things.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
so long COVID is not really important. Sorry, if you ask me, the more important health concerns to be aware of, we have to think of more commoner problems. So I think WHO at this time, why they have given this motto as "My Health, My Right" is that, and as you see, there are they say more than 4 billion people all over the world still don't have access to basic health. So we're talking,
Mm-hmm.
we always talk about, see, all the public, I mean, social media and shows, we always talk about these commoner health problems, diabetes, hypertension, prevention and screening, cancers. We always keep talking about that. What is important here is whether the population in some all the basic um, health access is what I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking about. It
Yes.
is very difficult. I talk about Cayman, talk about insurance. I know how difficult it is to give at least assurance to people that you're okay for the entire year. Now, sometimes I get scared to tell that because
Mm-hmm.
they're burdened with so many other financial problems, and in that they have to take care of the
Mm-hmm.
insurance. The insurance has to cover for the whole year. They cannot visit a doctor too many times. They cannot come and see a doctor in person so many times. So it's a challenge for a clinician to uh, to evaluate each and every patient when they don't have access to the basic health,
Mm-hmm.
citing the reason that and it's because of the poor insurance and um, the high cost of living in any other country.
Right. Wow. All right. So, other things on the list, obviously, cancer being one that is always, on everyone's mind. Dementia, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, mental health, lower respiratory infections, poverty, and inadequate health systems. Also, it's all part of the global health concerns around the globe, and of course, Cayman also would be no exception to a lot of these. So, some of these things I think we always talk about here in this program, the fact that they are preventable, right? So, healthcare, the rising cost of healthcare, is something that concerns everyone around the world. But even if you can afford it, prevention, as we say, an ounce of prevention is always better than a pound of cure. Whatever you can do to put yourself in a much better position, that's what you should do. So we know that there are lifestyle, components and decisions that impact all facets of your life. So there's some that you can control, and there's obviously some that you might have less control over, but everything from exposure to air pollution. So climate change being one that we should all be concerned about. Obesity, a lot of us do have a lot of control over that component. Physical inactivity, smoking, global influenza, inadequate primary health care, not being vaccinated, and living in vulnerable areas that have limited access to healthcare for social or political reasons. So, here in the Cayman Islands, Dr. Sandy, we do know that we have a very obese population that doesn't have the best habits in the world. We like to smoke and drink, and although we live in exterior, it's a beautiful environment. A lot of us are simply not getting sufficient and adequate continued exercise. So let's talk about some of the things, the risk factors that we can actually do something about.
Yes, um, obesity has been a major disease by itself. Um, in this era now. But they say obesity itself is a disease, but very sad that the insurance still takes it as a cosmetic problem, and anything related to obesity they keep refusing it. So it's very clear how obesity can cause problems, right from um, metabolic issues to cancers. Everything is linked to obesity. So your
Mm-hmm.
eating habits, your lifestyle has got a major role, right from the very younger age. Uh, the genes also take part in most of the problems here. If you're genetically more susceptible to have a certain type of fat deposit in your body, you will always have that type of
Mm-hmm.
obesity, which will put you at high risk for insulin resistance, metabolic problems, cholesterol, diabetes, hypertension, and of course cancers too.
Mm-hmm.
Um, other health problems, including the joint issues, the spine and the hip and the knee joint problems, early arthritis and degenerative changes. All of these are common again. Um, Another spectrum of problems like sleep apnea, sleep
Mm-hmm.
apnea related symptoms, which is very silent most of the time. But if you don't really suspect it, you will not be diagnosed with it. Um, yes, that's about obesity.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
the most common medical problem associated with obesity is again is very strongly linked to it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
just a few good genes that you need to hold you on. Otherwise, you are always susceptible for type 2 diabetes in your future when you have increased body mass index, which say that you're obese.
Mm-hmm. All right, folks. So Dr. Sanjeev only has a few more minutes with us this morning. He's a very, very busy man attending to patients, but we want to read a few comments. Dr. Sanjeev, Ms. Jennifer says that he's my favorite doctor. We also have a listener to the program who sent the follow message via WhatsApp. Says, my husband and I will eternally be grateful to God, Dr. Sandeep, and the team at Health City. In 2020, my husband had renal failure from COVID, and he helped save his life. Thank you again, Dr. Sandeep and
Oh
Health
yes,
City. Wow.
thank
So,
you.
yes, that family is very, very grateful to you and the entire Health City team. So, Shamari, 10 years. Wow, that went by in a flash. I know we'll be definitely talking a bit more about that in the entire month of April, but congratulations. Happy
No,
anniversary. Happy
definitely.
birthday. Would it be birthday or anniversary?
Well, anniversary. Well, happy
Yes.
birthday to me, but anniversary for else.
Yes.
Shoma is going to tell first annual ninth anniversary of I'm going to start that now.
Yes. So you guys are going to be celebrating the 10 years. And I'm sure that you'll have some giveaways for us. But tell us in
Almost
the
definitely.
meantime some of the special offerings this month, including a reduction in the executive health check.
So we're gonna save that, Sandy.
Oh,
And obviously
okay.
we're gonna extend it, but we're gonna save that for when we come on, so that we can also give away some freebies.
Okay.
So because it's the 10-year anniversary, then I think you're going to pressure me to give away 10 gifts
Uh,
on that
probably. Yes. Yes. Why not?
on that day as well. But we're definitely going to save a lot of those discounts, as well as for that anniversary program. Going to have a few people on. It's going to be a great program when it actually occurs.
All
Um,
right.
but outside of that, Sandy, those listeners that were just speaking about the fact that Dr. Sandeep would have helped to
Mm-hmm.
save the gentleman's life. That's what Dr. Sandeep. We even had an employee who previously worked for us. That the reason she came to work for us was that
Mm-hmm.
she went undiagnosed for maybe a year and a half, 2 years, and she had a serious ailment. And it was at that last instance prior to working for us, she came, and Dr. Sandeep right away within half an hour was able to say, you know what, this is looking as if it's this specific disease.
Mm.
And it was because he had seen so many hundreds of thousands of people in India that he was able to
Mm-hmm.
identify it through that experience. And even though at that point in time, we didn't have the capabilities to deal with it internally at Health City, we were able to send her overseas. And she
Mm-hmm.
actually survived. And then after that, she said she had to give back to Health City.
Mm.
due to the fact that Dr. Sandeep would have saved her life, and she came
Wow.
worked for us for 5 years before going for another position, being a manager elsewhere, and still is internally grateful to Dr. Sandeep for what he had
Wow.
done and how he had found, because she was
Mhm.
close to actually not making it if somebody hadn't at that point in time found out what was actually
Oh
wrong with
my
her and
gosh.
treated it appropriately. So there are many stories that Dr.
Hmm.
Sandeep persons aren't sure exactly what's wrong, come in and Dr. Sandeep would be able to either diagnose and treat or pass on to somebody else who will be able to make sure that
Hmm.
that individual is treated appropriately as well.
Dr. Sandy,
Excellent.
wow, thank you so much. That's an amazing story. Really appreciate you guys. So we know that you have to go, so we'll let you go.
Thank
Shamari, you
you.
want to hang out for a few more minutes?
I'll hang out for a few more minutes if Dr.
Okay.
Sandeep has to run. That's fine.
Yes, he's got to run.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, doctor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kim.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
have a good one. Yes, he had to. I was told he has a hard stop at 8:15, so I know he's a busy man.
But I could see he
So
didn't want to leave.
I know. You get into it and you start to really enjoy it. So Shamari, let's talk about, we are encouraging people in this program, even myself, to really just adopt better lifestyle habits. We know that it's difficult. We love all the wrong things, all the wrong foods for us, not exercising enough. And so we're making a commitment here. In fact, the last time that I was talking about this, somebody said to me, Sandy, you know what you need to do is you need to have the first annual CMR 5K event, raise some money for an NPO, and then that'll motivate people that they have a goal to strive for. So we'll go from couch to 5K. And I thought about it. I'm like, that's actually not a bad idea. I'm ruminating it in my brain a little bit to see if that's something that we can do a little bit later on in the year. But anything to get us motivated to get moving and to adopt some healthier habits. So let's go over some of those. Of course, we know the risk factors: smoking, physical inactivity, global influenza, are things to some extent that maybe we have some control over. So limit your sugar consumption and processed foods. That's the number one thing that you can do is diet. Watch what you're putting in your body, because you can't out exercise a bad diet. I know that sometimes we like to think that we can. I'll just go run a mile or whatever and that'll be fine. And you're putting all the wrong things in your body. Like, I know people who are skinny who are very unhealthy.
That's right.
So it's not always about just looking at someone physically. You got to look at their numbers. You got to look at what we call visceral fat.
Definitely. And you're so correct, Sandy, because there have been instances where you've looked at somebody and they look like they're the picture perfect image of what health should be. And then something tragic happens and you wonder, what has happened. Especially for us males, a lot of times that we're not going to the doctor just because we haven't been trained since we were young adults to, like most females, that you have to go to the doctor to be able to get checkups and the such. And a lot of times we don't know our numbers. We don't know our risk factors. We may be running and we may look slim. But if we're putting a lot of fatty foods into our bodies and a lot of plaque is actually building up in our arteries and you can't see it, then something catastrophic happens and, which could have been prevented. So that's why outside of also having a healthy lifestyle, to your point, you need to also get checked up. If you go in and the doctor says, you don't need to come back for another 2 years based on the fact that all your numbers are so great, then that's great. But a lot of times, a lot of us need to go at least once a year, if not for the full checkup, for specific indicators, if you're not going on an ongoing basis, to make sure that some of those numbers aren't leaping year from year and going in the wrong direction. And a lot of times we're right on the cusp, right? So it's always good to obviously have that or try towards that healthy lifestyle, but to also get the checkups. And due to the fact that we're talking about access for all, that's why throughout the year, starting last year, Health City was doing a lot of screenings, free screenings for different areas, different types of cancers included as well. Just because if you catch these items early, then the treatment is always going to lead you to have better outcomes, either save your life or to have a better quality of life most times. And that's why the screenings are also important. And through those screenings, we would have caught different various levels of cancer and some at the earliest ages and time frames that really helped us to be able to treat. So as you're saying, prevention is always better first. But outside of that, regular screening is the next best thing with the prevention to make sure that there's nothing there. And if we catch it early, modern medicine is so great that you're going to be yourself the best chance moving forward for a healthy life after that if you catch it early enough.
So we do have Kevin who's in the background. He's going to be helping me test. I'm aware that a few settings probably changed. He's going to restart on his end. Okay. All right, Kevin, go ahead and restart. He's going to be helping me test a few things here. But,
No
Kevin,
problem.
he's, a cardiovascular survivor, and he's also, able to tell us about that journey. I know he's talked about it publicly before. Again, on the outward appearances, looked healthy. Kevin, are you going to restart before jumping on, or you want to jump on real quick? This is not hearing anything. Kevin, can you hear me? I guess if he can't hear me, yeah, he might have to. All right, go ahead and restart, Kev. All right. But yeah, he's, talked about his health journey, how he thought, he's young and relatively healthy and no issues. And his is obviously a little bit different, that it was something that he was born with and just never knew that he had this congenital heart issue. But sometimes, Shamari, that can happen. Young, vibrant athletes, we see them fall down with a cardiac event. And you're thinking, how on earth does that happen? Always a good idea. And sometimes it's missed just because you think you've got youth on your side. But again, that's not always the full picture, right? So limiting your consumption of processed foods and sugar in particular, exercising regularly, getting enough sleep, something that I struggle with terribly. And I hate to tell you all that last night was a horrible night. Shamari was up to like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, no.
Don't ask. I wasn't even doing anything super productive. I just got caught up. And you know how you get caught up in watching or reading something and you're like, okay, 5 more minutes. And the next thing you know, it's like 2 hours later. So yeah, it was like minutes to 3 before I finally put down the phone. And I could really just kick myself this morning because I knew in the moment that I was like, Sandy, don't even start reading this because you're not gonna be able to stop. And sure enough, lost valuable sleep, which I'll never get back. So
the interesting thing is, recently I have this. I got the Apple Watch, so I had the sleep app. And you think you get great sleep every night, so I started tracking it. And my 5-year-old still wakes up at 2 o'clock in the morning. He comes and stands at the door and says, "Daddy, Daddy," and then I get up and I go and I put him to sleep. And I didn't realize, now looking at the sleep app, that disturbance at 2 o'clock is when I'm in my REM sleep. And that's why sometimes he's like right in front of me and I don't even realize. And sure enough, that disturbance, when I don't actually have him sleeping with me, the amount of sleep I get, the amount of REM sleep I get is so much more than him waking me up at 2 o'clock every morning. I didn't realize, because you go to sleep at whatever 10:30, 11, you wake up at 6 and you think you're getting good hours of sleep, but that 2 o'clock wake up really does some damage. So I got to figure that out and maybe just keep him in the room with me so I can sleep through and get my proper REM sleep. And the days that I don't actually have that break in sleep, you can actually feel the difference through the day in regards to your fatigue levels. And you didn't even realize it until you started tracking it. So obviously drinking the right amounts of water, having a proper diet as well, getting the right amount of sleep. Even if you think the length of sleep is good, the quality of sleep needs to be good as well. And getting that exercise. And it doesn't even have to be, a lot of people think you need to, run and get into the gym and do everything at 100 miles per hour. But that brisk walk, 30 minutes, 4 days out of the week, if you talk to Dr. Ravi, he's like, that's all you need. To be able to start towards and keep that healthy lifestyle. So a lot of times people think about going 100 miles per hour and then don't actually do anything. Just start that walking process, 30 minutes. You must be able to find 30 minutes either early in the morning or in the evening or a little bit later at night to be able to help you to get on that healthy track.
Absolutely. And I totally feel you with kids. I mean, kids, it's great that we have them, but boy, do they change certain outcomes of your life. And I kind of chuckle when we see surveys that, people without children are happier and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, they're probably healthier too. They don't have to go through pregnancies and lack of sleep and all this kind of stuff that really can wreak havoc for years on your life. I've got a 7-year-old and I'm still sleeping with her for the exact same reason, because I know that if I don't sleep with her, she's going to get up 5 times a night. It's going to impact her quality of sleep. It's going to impact my quality of sleep because she's going to walk over on my side of the bed. Apparently it's the only side that she knows, and it's a constant like, and it's like, okay, go back to bed. Then she's back up half an hour. So she isn't quite comfortable sleeping alone. So I said, you know what? Same kind of philosophy. Let's just take one for the team. I'll sleep with her until hopefully, we keep saying the next birthday. We'll see. Birthday number 8 is coming up in August. But yeah, I'm sure I sleep better in my own bed, but I still, I'm not interrupted, as you said, every hour on the hour kind of thing, because she can't sleep. So, these are the sacrifices as parents.
And this last one, Michelle said, this one is yours. So I'm the go-to in the middle of the night. She's sleeping soundly. She's like, yep, this last one is yours. Because we even had the conversation whereby for this last one, we sat and we calculated, because Levi had just started sleeping through the night. And we were like, we haven't actually had, full sleep for 8 years. And we're like, all right, one more, and then we're done. So,
were you hoping for a girl? I'm wondering.
We were, but we are quite happy with our third boy.
Yeah, blessed with the partial football team.
Yeah, so we are good in that we have 3 Scott boys to carry on the name. So I told her she'll get her daughters when they get married, because outside of no more, and she agrees.
No more. Hey, good. Kevin. Morning. How are you?
Kevin?
Good morning. What's up, Shamari? What's up, Sandy? Hope you're
all good. So the restart solved that problem. I'm glad that was on your end.
Yeah, that was on my end. I was like, I'm not hearing anything back studio, and this must be on my end at this stage. So I had to close out the 1,000 programs that I have open, because I'm one of those that don't like to close a lot of them.
Oh man, me too. I feel like we do a restart this weekend as well.
All the IT people took a gasp.
They're like, we can breathe again.
I know. That would be Marlon. He's like, why do you have so many tabs open? So, Kevin, we're talking here with Health City, Cayman Islands, celebrating their 10th anniversary in the month of April. World Health Day coming up on the 7th of April. And of course, a time to reflect for all of us and our health decisions, how to be healthier. Good morning to Tracy. Damien, yes, I just corrected that spelling error. Thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. So regular exercise. Now, Kevin, I know that you had lost some weight last year. Tell us, how has that been going for you? I know you were doing a bit of intermittent fasting, combination of that, exercising, drinking lots of water. In fact, Kev, I want you to take over for just a quick second, because I realized that Miss Stacy's not here this morning and I don't have any water in the studio, which means I'm already in a deficit for the morning. So let me grab my water bottle while you talk to us for a little bit.
Sure, absolutely. I was doing keto and intermittent fasting. I kind of combined the two together, and I did great with my weight loss. I lost, I think it was nearly 40 pounds over the space of about 3 or 4 months. So it worked very, very well for me. And once I got down to what I would consider my goal weight, I came off, but I did miss a lot of the sushi and other things. And so, all those carbohydrates started to load my body back up. And I did add another 10 pounds right after I came off of it within a span of a couple of months. So I understand that it really needs to be a full lifestyle change. You got to stay consistent if you want to maintain it completely. But I didn't mind gaining, I guess, back those 10 pounds. So in all, I would say I lost 20 pounds from doing that, and now I'm maintaining quite well. But I will also tell you, I've always heard people say this. They say that, you feel so much better when you are closer to what your ideal weight and stuff is. And I actually lived through that. I did not realize how much more energy I would have and how much just better I felt. I would wake up and I would feel more refreshed. And I did not realize, when you lose a good chunk of weight, that you're just going to feel so much different. I know, Shamar, you ever had that experience?
Yeah, man, definitely. I mean, we a lot of us have that journey where we pack on the pounds, especially as you're less active. The older you get, you say you get busy, or you're busy at work, busy with kids, and you're not doing the exercise or eating as good as you are, and you put on some pounds, and then, sure enough, if you lose 20, 30, even 15 pounds, you can actually feel it in the morning. Obviously, getting good night's sleep as well, but then during the day, you also feel more energetic, and then when you get home in the evening, that time that you have with the kids, you actually feel like going outside with them, getting them off their devices if they have devices on, well, mine on the weekend, but not during the week.
Mm-hmm.
Getting them off the devices and going outside with them before you're like, all right, you got to make up my mind. I got to go take Zay to the lake. And now, you feel like you want to do it because
Mm-hmm.
you actually have that energy to be able to do and experience things. And as you read more, you understand that those first few years are the most magical years you'll have with those young ones.
Mm-hmm.
So you should be active with them because you'll never get
Yes.
that back. That year from obviously when they start walking from 2 to 5 to 6, those are some of the most magical years. So you want to be energetic enough to really experience it with them going through that. And especially
Mm-hmm.
seeing as this is my last one, right? As I say,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
definitely cherishing that and having more energy definitely helps you to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And to that point, Shamari, being a parent gives you the opportunity to be physically active because kids want to do stuff. When I'm walking the dog, she's like, "Oh, can I jump on my bike and come with you?" And I'm like, "Sure." And just on Saturday, I had to chuckle. Not that was yesterday. I had to chuckle because we did a little loop around. We have like a little area where we can loop around, and really the goal is to try to at least do that loop like 4 times a day. And I can tell you that when we did the loop, we just did once on the way back. She was like, "Oh man, I'm getting tired. Can I get off my bike and start walking?" And I said, I said, "No, challenge yourself. Stay on the bike because you got to build up your endurance." And she's like, what does endurance mean? So we also have to pass on healthier life choices to our kids. And the more that we involve them in healthy eating by example, so we can't just tell them that they're the ones who have to eat the broccoli and all the, cauliflower and healthy things. They need to see us eating it and us enjoying it. They see us active, enjoying activity, walking the dog, getting on a bicycle with them, the more they will say, this is just part of life. Like you make it a habit, the younger, the better. And it becomes a lifelong habit that they will hopefully carry through into adulthood. I mean, I think a lot of our parents may not have known how to be, their lifestyle was so different as well. They were active because of what they did for a living, their jobs. We typically have very sedentary jobs. Everybody's sitting in front of a computer all the time. So we have to go out of our way to stand up, to not sit all day, to have built in physical activity into our sort of schedule and routine. So I think it's important really for our children to understand that that's a priority. Mom and dad prioritize, health and wellness for themselves, even mental wellness. And so as a young person, as a kid, you need to make sure that you're doing the same thing as well. And having talks with them, I think, about why it's important to do things like drink enough water. I mean, it's something that I struggle with. Kevin, big shout out to Kevin for, I don't know if you introduced me to this, but I know that you had one as well.
I did, yes.
These,
I told you it gives you different time achievement or different times on there that you should be at for the day.
These are fantastic. So I should have started drinking at 8. If I started at 8 o'clock and it shows you by 8 a.m., this is where I should be. So I'm not there yet. It's not 8:30. And then it's got, so this, the thing I like about this one is there's some that are much bigger, but they're a little bit too big. This one isn't as big, but it's got the time on both sides. So 8 to 1 p.m. takes me basically down to the refill level. And then 2 p.m. down to 7 p.m. takes me on the other side of at least how much water I should be drinking.
You fill it up twice.
Yes.
The one I had was a full gallon, and
that was huge.
But it was big and bulky to carry around. That's the only downside to that. It worked okay for me because I was mainly at my desk all day. That's when I was at the health department. And so it was just sitting there on my desk, and I would just always, I'm behind, gotta suck some water down.
It's a good reminder.
It sure is.
I have another one, but it's for alcohol. It actually shows you the levels.
Oh boy, Shamari, those party days are over now, you know. But yeah, listen, any little tips or tricks I think that help is fantastic. You know, everybody knows that I'm a gadget person. You know, I'm the person who remember when we had the bowling alley?
Oh,
I had
yes.
the bowling ball, the bowling shoes, the gloves. Like I go all out. Like when I'm into an activity, I'm like all out. So my girlfriend, I played a little bit of pickleball on, I think it was Saturday morning. Was it Friday morning? I think it was Friday morning. Anyway, I played a little bit of pickleball with her, and when she showed up, she saw my pickleball essentials bag and my proper pickleball, like the racket, and she's like, "Oh, you're really into pickleball?" And I said, "Well, you know, I always represent. I always show up ready. Oh my gosh, shoes, everything, looking good." So yeah, so you know, a lot that we can do, folks. Staying hydrated, a big one. Eating lots of nuts and seeds, very, very important. Avoiding charred meats. Now, I know this is one that I've talked about here on this program before. Really anything smoked. And, you know, I saw Ja Rover mention that Germany just legalized marijuana. And I know you guys are big on the whole marijuana topic, but I'm telling you, you better get your gummies or something else, because if you're smoking it, that is not going to be a health benefit to you, no matter what you think. So cannabis users celebrate relaxation of laws and personal use in Germany. They've decriminalized it, which is very, very different. So again, people tend to confuse decriminalization with legalization. So I'm just reading a quick headline here from the Times saying that cannabis decriminalized in Germany, but rulebook causes confusion. So again, we're not talking about, it's only partially decriminalized, by the way. So it's not a free-for-all. So Ja Rover, you might want to double check your sources on that. They have not legalized it, and this is why I always like to check my information. He says Germany has legalized ganja for personal use. Have an excellent day. They actually haven't. So the devil's in the details. They have decriminalized it partially as of yesterday, April the 1st. And it says here that police unions are warning of real world harm, saying that the law change may have come on April Fool's Day, but for them, it's no joke. So even them continue to caution people that it wasn't hard to find people openly smoking joints even before the rules were relaxed. And that's one of the arguments behind decriminalization, that millions of people were smoking this off anyway. But, you know, they also claim that it might help kill the black market and improve quality control. Probably not, but anyone over the age of 18 can possess up to 25 Gs of cannabis in public, and adults can grow up to 3 plants per household, but they won't be allowed to smoke joints within sight of schools, sports centers, and pedestrian zones. So they do have quite a few restrictions in place, even in terms of like growing, being over the age of 18, and so on. So there's quite a bit that's there, and a partial decriminalization. So make sure that you know what the rules are. Don't just run to Germany and start thinking you can just light up whenever and wherever you feel about it.
Well, Sandy, on another note, along a similar lines, yesterday actually the Supreme Court of Florida actually is going to allow voters to decide whether it's going to be allowed in the state of Florida for recreational use, like in many other states. And so in November, the electric will be voting to see if Florida will make a change to have it for again recreational use. They already have it for other purposes. If you have a script for it, you could go to one of the dispensaries, but it's not recreationally allowed at this stage. But in November, voters will make that decision for the state of Florida.
Yeah, interesting. And the German, he's the chief of police, the German police union president has said that the black market is actually going to be strengthened because of this. And that longer term, he claims that networks will adapt and even infiltrate the sort of relaxing of some of the rules around it. So very, very interesting. I think the criminal element always is going to be there. But, you know, don't forget that, you know, it can be addictive. It can adversely affect mental health. And that is proven. You can go and look at some of the research and stuff that's there as well. So smoking anything in general, smoked meats, smoking joints, cigarettes, paper, whatever, really isn't healthy for you. Even sitting next to smoked fire over time is horrible and horrific for your lungs. and your overall health. So please keep that in mind. Charred meats, I know a lot of us are really big on jerk and stuff. You know, eat it sparingly is really the suggestion. Any kind of smoked meat, eat it sparingly. So limiting your alcohol intake. They now say that there's no such thing as any sort of safe amount, but again, if you have an occasional drink, there you go. And of course, a big one, Shamari, taking care of your mental health, something that Health City Cayman Islands, I think a lot of people forget. We've talked about it here in the program before. You do have mental health, experts on staff as well. And those services are available to people who might need that, as well as the smoking cessation program.
Yes, yeah. So we have a lot of different programs across the board, and as we always say, any ailment that you may have, definitely give us a call at 640-4040 or email us at info@healthcity.ky, and the Dr. Sandeeps of our world will be able, if you're not exactly sure what's wrong, but it's enough that you feel you need to see a doctor, he'll be able to have a look and tell you either what's wrong and how to treat it, and or put you on to the right professional that can. So during this month, we also want to remind people, as you're doing, to take those small steps towards eating healthy, towards having exercise in your life. 30 minutes 4 days out of the week. Brisk walk can help you to get there. Doing that on an ongoing basis, or building on that as you're moving forward as well. Drinking lots of water. So you have your water there. Getting adequate amounts of quality sleep also will help us during this time. And even though we have issues in Cayman, we are much better than a lot of other places in the world in regards to our public health system, as well as our HSA, which is our national healthcare entity, and then obviously having the Health City entity that's able to do the tertiary and higher care as well. Helps us to have a good health ecosystem here, and as you mentioned, over 200 different medical offices here within the Cayman Islands, probably the most per capita. We definitely have some good healthcare here in the Cayman Islands that we're the envy of a lot of other places. Obviously, from financial services, tourism, standard of living, there are issues we need to take care of. But then, from a healthcare perspective as well, we're starting to bat above our weight, and we're doing great things within the Cayman Islands that other countries are noticing and wanting for their country as well.
Yeah, and one of the things too, Shamari, I wanted to add how lucky people in Cayman are compared to just here in the United States where I am at. So when I purchase my healthcare policy through my employer, I have to purchase health, I have to purchase dental separately, and I have to purchase anything for my eyes separate. And God forbid, if I was to get cancer and stuff, there's another policy for that as well too, because there's a lot of things that are not covered. One of the really nice things about Cayman is health insurance is health insurance. It covers all of the different, health is health. And so Cayman legislators way back whenever they, forced employers to, say you have to provide health insurance for your employees and this, that, and the other. It was such a great thing because that really put us ahead of a first world nation like the United States when it came to, providing that access to healthcare. So, yes, you might sometimes find what you think you found maybe cheaper healthcare here, but it really is not a lot cheaper when you really get down to the bottom of it.
Yeah. Yep. Good to be reminded of exactly how fortunate we are. And again, folks, Health City Cayman Islands celebrating 10 years this April now. I remember going to the grand opening event. Funny enough, my sister-in-law was visiting. At the time, she wasn't my sister-in-law, but she was here visiting, and she's in the nursing field. And, she was very, very impressed by what she saw at Health City Cayman Islands. And it's an excellent health facility. So, Shamari, congratulations to the entire team.
Thank you.
I know that we'll talk more in the month of April about what you guys are doing to celebrate. And of course, we will definitely have, as he said, some nice giveaways and stuff as well. I think Dr. Sandeep or somebody is supposed to call me with some blood results because I did some recent, I tried at least once a quarter do some checks because I'm watching a few numbers myself. I saw somebody's comment. Who was that? Was that Rough Seas saying that I think it's really hypocritical for someone that's out of shape to tell people how to live healthy? Not at all, because I think that we all understand the struggles of being on that journey. Sometimes it's much harder to take advice from someone who is physically fit, is doing all the right things. You're like, what do they know about it? How can they relate? I think we can all relate.
Think about it as your athletic directors and sport, your coaches and stuff. Some of them probably couldn't dribble the ball down the field, but
that doesn't mean that they don't know what they're talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah, and from the perspective of like real world application, I think a lot of us actually totally understand and get different components of it. I've had my skinny phase. And I was saying to someone even this weekend that there was a time when I would look at people who were larger, obese or whatever, and think, why can't they just get it together? It was easier for me to say that at that time, not fully appreciating that sometimes there's a lot of different factors, in our life that's going on. What I know for sure, one of my big things is really just not getting enough sleep. And that has a trickle-down effect, and it impacts everything from the weight that you keep on, that you gain. Apparently, it even doubles your chances of becoming diabetic, not getting sufficient sleep. So there's a lot of things that are very, very critical. He says, then you should understand people's struggles with smoking. I do understand it theoretically. I don't have an addiction like that, but I do understand it theoretically. And that's why smoking cessation programs are the way to go. And I still can't encourage, just because you're saying I don't understand it. It's not a fact that I don't understand it. It's that I will not ever encourage it. So there's a difference. There's a difference between understanding the struggles and the journey and still saying to people, this is the right and correct thing in terms of your overall health that you need to be doing. So smoking cessation programs, an excellent way to kick the habit, folks. There's nothing good that comes from smoking. Like I said, I don't care what you're smoking. There's really nothing good that comes from it. And there are programs that are available, proven success rates and so on. And I can understand the addiction. I remember when I was at USF, Kevin works at USF, in the media or Oracle newspaper at the time, there's a guy, he was an older guy, we were university students. He's probably, I would say, in his 40s. So for us, he was like old, we're like 18, 19 years old. We're like, oh yeah, this old guy worked in the newsroom, but he was one of the people that actually put the paper together. Cause back in those days, there's a computerized element too, but there's still a lot of like, you had to physically kind of put the columns and stuff together. Right. So that was kind of one of the major things that he did. And he was a smoker and he decided to quit, and he was actually doing it on his own. He quit cold turkey, which is pretty admirable, but man, I saw him really struggle. And it occurred to me that there's certain habits that you never want to pick up. So young people, parents, keep on top of your kids about encouraging them to never start smoking, never start vaping, because once you start these habits, they are habit forming, and it is very, very difficult to then, break that habit. It's one of the hardest things in the world, I think, to actually quit, because you've got the physical addiction. But one of the things that occurred to me at the time is there's also an oral fixation element to it that a lot of us don't appreciate. So those people get used to doing something with their hands. And what I saw with him is he replaced smoking with, he used to have the big jug of, I guess is that the 2 liter of Mountain Dew, which is one of the worst sodas that you could possibly drink. But he'd have the 2 liter of that and sunflower seeds. So all day, instead of smoking, he was popping sunflower seeds. And really it was because he was used to doing something with his hand to mouth. And that's like a real thing. Like, that's why some people end up chewing gum, or they do something else to kind of keep their mouth busy, to kind of keep their fingers and hands busy. So it's a struggle. And again, there are experts. I'm no expert in telling you how to quit, but there are groups, support groups and experts out there who can definitely help you kick the nicotine and other types of smoking and vaping habits.
Yeah, and that's why, Sandy, vaping is even more dangerous. Just because to smoke, you have to go outside. You have to find an area to do it. It has inherent things such as the smell that other people wouldn't want that around. So you're a little bit more cognizant of it. But with the vaping, you can seem to do it anywhere, right? And constantly, right? Versus having to find 15 minutes to go outside and do it every hour, every 2 hours. You can constantly do it, and that's why we definitely need to make sure our youth, don't pick up that habit, because
Absolutely.
It's so much easier to be able to do it constantly as well, right?
And there are a lot of places now that are actually banning vaping as well, just like they have smoking. So, but anyway, Shamari, thank you very much.
Thank you.
6404040 is the telephone number if you need to make an appointment. Again, World Health Day. You've also got info@healthcity.ky. I'd much rather be drinking beer, says Shamari, but instead he's got coffee in his mug.
So we don't know what's in that mug. Really.
I know. Good point, Kevin. Good point. We're gonna assume it's coffee.
Coffee.
Milo or something. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shamari. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right.
Have a good
Bye,
one.
guys.
Alrighty. So that was hilarious. Yeah, you're right. We kind of don't know what's in the mug. Health City Cayman Islands, folks. Reach out to them. They're the experts. I'm just here to tell you a little something here or there. All right, so we got Kevin.
Before you go on that note too, I want to let you know remember I went to Triple C school and I love water. You know that I'm one of those folks that drink a lot of water. And when I was in school, those who went to school with me would remember that I was a little bit of a goofball in school, somewhat like a class clown, and so I was always acting a little crazy. And I always had water with me. And I remember I was in Bible class one day and the teacher came up and he actually smelled the water jug that I was drinking my water off because he thought I might have had something else inside my water can.
Why you loved it so much? Oh my
gosh. Why I loved it so much and why I was acting crazy.
That's pretty funny. All right, so we're going to test her. One of the reasons I've got Kevin on here is I do want to test the radio feed because I actually got some new speakers set up on the computer this weekend. So I think that has changed a few things for me, and that's why you guys couldn't hear this morning. So I want to, what I had to end up doing, Kevin, in order to get the radio feed working is I actually had to go in and adjust the specific output for Google Chrome, like in my speaker settings. So I suppose that's fine, but I want to double check one thing in relation to that. So
one of the things is too, what I before I restarted my computer, when I had no sound on my end, I saw that Chrome had an update. I'm wondering, you have Chrome, you're using Chrome. I think that update might have been related, and I just needed an update real quick. I restarted, and when I came back on, everything was good.
Yeah, I think I will do a restart after the show to kind of see. All right, so let me just test something out here because you were saying earlier that you couldn't hear the video that we were playing on Kiss.
On Facebook, the Facebook video with Blake and Aaron.
Yeah. So you heard it on
I just saw a video. I didn't hear nothing coming out of it when they were showing their April Fool's video.
Okay.
So I messaged you and said I can't hear it. And I heard you laughing. I heard you all talking about it, but I didn't.
And you were listening how on YouTube, or?
I was listening on YouTube.
You were listening on YouTube, so you couldn't hear it on YouTube or Facebook.
Well, yeah, because YouTube, Facebook would be the same, more or less.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay. So I think I was misunderstanding what you're saying. So let me just double check it. I want you to tell me now if you can hear it. So it's interesting that you said Chrome updated as well. So I'll do a restart after the show. So you know what though? I think I probably know exactly what happened because I did the entire screen share. And I didn't take off also share audio system.
Okay, because that's a little.
Because I didn't do the Chrome tab share. So now I know that was totally my fault.
Okay.
But let me just double check it. So I'll do the Chrome share and let me know, everybody, if you guys can actually hear this audio. So you can hear that through Facebook now?
I can hear it on the back end. I'm not listening on Facebook or YouTube right now, so it'll have to be the viewers.
Okay, so radio's good. So yeah, so I think that was kind of my error because I was doing like the full screen share, and you have to specify. You know how by default the system that we use, Chrome, it defaults where it shares audio. So,
That
okay.
was
All
that
right.
issue. But radio would be separate, wouldn't it?
Yes, but it's still pulling it through the system. So maybe they heard it earlier in the radio. I'm not sure.
Oh no, I thought you were saying that radio wasn't hearing Shamari or something. That would
No,
be
in the beginning, yes.
Okay.
So I've made one tweak where I've had to change the output device to the Pro Chat as opposed to the main speakers. But I probably will just leave that there is what I'm thinking. Hold on one second. Let me see. Yeah. Because I shouldn't have to specifically change that. I should be able to let that stay to the speakers for the main. Hold on. Let me try listening and see what happens. Go ahead and speak for me, Kev.
Okay, so yeah, one of these things, there's so much technical stuff that goes into the background of these things. So, people are hearing us live troubleshoot some of the things we have to go through to make sure that the show happens. There's radio, there's Facebook, there's YouTube, there's Instagram. There's just so many different things, and just touching one little thing can affect the whole entire output. So there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that folks don't necessarily know to make this happen.
Yeah. So unfortunately, unless I have that in Pro Chat now, you can't be heard. But I'll just leave it like that. I mean, that's not a big deal. It's weird because the default is the Pro main stereo. Okay. All right. The important thing is just to know what's working so that if it changes back, I can always change it. Okay, good stuff. All right, so we're going to talk about Cayman athletes first, and then obviously after that, we need to get into some weekend stuff. So first of all, I was glad to hear, Kev, that there weren't any accidents over the weekend. Nothing major, I should say. There were a few accidents, but no loss of life, thankfully, over the weekend, and everyone pretty much kept safe. We know that there's a lot of water activity over the Easter holiday, and there's also, a lot of people camping. So I haven't heard of anything. Have you heard of anything safety-wise? I think everybody was good.
I didn't see a whole lot, but I will say that I also had a long drive, a 23-hour drive, matter of fact, all the way up to Minnesota from Florida. Wow. And then I flew back Sunday. So I was not really online as much as I usually am, but usually by now you would hear if something significant happened. And I did not see anything pop up in my feeds that was of any, again, this is small typical stuff, but nothing huge.
Yeah, wonderful. All right, caller, good morning and welcome to the program.
And good morning to you, Sandy. How was your Easter?
It was good. How are you?
Not too bad. It's always very interesting to listen to Health City, especially I wonder how many Sandeeps they have there, because I have a doctor, me and couple of other women is kind of fighting over him in a way of speaking, because he's such a good doctor. All of them are very good. Dr. Sandeep, I wonder how many of them they have, because the Sandeep that I know there is an internist. So I wonder if it's another Sandeep or the one that you had on this morning.
I mean, I only know of this one. I can certainly double check. Because, sometimes the names can be, common Indian names. But, I'm not aware. I'm not aware of anyone else named Dr. Sandeep.
Well, that must be him. And I also have another one there by the name of Dr. Tarun, and another one there that operated, gave me a new knee, so I'm kind of bionic now. Dr. You're not saying this right, Nida. Dr. Naraja.
Yes. Okay.
And He's an orthopedic surgeon.
So I'm told that
and
it's the same Dr. Sandeep that you're thinking of.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. So I hope I don't have to fight it out with some smart women. Anyway, anyway, they're all the ones that I've had has always been very kind to me, and not only kind, but they sit down and they talk to you. Maybe that's the first time you had even seen them or even had meeting with them or anything, but they talk to you like they know you for a long time. Then I had, he's no longer here, and I remember his name because he has an English last name by the name of Dr. George, but he's no longer at Health City. He removed my left kidney. And it had to be removed because it had it was 55-60% cancer rated, so it had to be removed. And one of the things that I was so happy about was if I had got it done in the States, after that they would pile me up with a lot of medication and all of that. No, they did not. I didn't have any pain or anything afterwards. And I can't thank them enough because I had been from doctor to doctor. And the cost at that time, 4 years ago, it was, I think, with all of my, checkups and stuff like that, something like 23,000. And we had called to the States and it was 72,000. And I could not, I mean, we have a very good insurance, but I could not be in the States because I don't have anyone there to, and I couldn't travel for the next 2 weeks is what they told me and things like that. So I'm so glad for Health City. It's a good hospital. They're very attentive. In fact, I'm like you, Sandy. I don't sleep well. I never could for the last 20 years. I get between 5 hours and maybe if I get 6, it's so strange to me that I end up with a headache anyway. In the day. So I'm satisfied with the 5. Lucky for me, I don't feel tired in the day, and I know some people don't need the 8 hours. I know that. And another little small subject, and then I'm gonna let you go, is that I wish, and I hope one of these days they'll see it in when they're making their programs, is to check up, have a program going, a health program going for, in particular, our health girls, or the health of young girls, I should say. I say that all wrong. The health of young girls, because what I see some of them eating, it's ridiculous. I mean, ridiculous. And they're not active as they should be. And some of them just, don't eat any breakfast, and then they lock themselves in the room, God knows what. And things like that they should be out or doing some exercise or eating at least a proper breakfast. And it's only from these fast foods that they're eating. I'll grab a fast food every now and then.
Yeah.
But it's got to be a necessity that I don't have the time to eat at home or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's you wonder how they're still alive, because I know their immune system must be badly down. So I'm hoping, I don't have any girls, but I'm hoping that, because I have friends that have girls, that, you know, that they would make a program to with this help for in particular girls from 11 right on.
Yes.
Because it's not good what I'm seeing for living in the tropics where, you know, you can get the sun mostly every day, and you can go swimming. You can do hear me talking about swimming and go on the beach now. But probably the sea would dry up. But anyway, things like that. You know, we grew up from the sea, and the ground, and we were active. We were none of us that I know of were even sick. But
well, I wouldn't quite go that far, but I think the life expectancy in Cayman for Caymanians has improved significantly over the years, because there were diseases then that the medicine just wasn't there. So when we talk about, for example, cancer, you know, your chances of getting a cancer diagnosis earlier now is much higher, and you're more likely to survive it because of available treatments. I mean, back in the 40s, 60s, 70s, even a lot of times in the 80s, a cancer diagnosis was seen as a death sentence. Now, you know, a lot of cancers are very, very survivable. There's technology that allows us, whether it's breast, colon cancer, all these things, that we can discover them a lot earlier, and early detection definitely saves lives. So I think that in some respects, our population was more active. I think we mentioned that a little bit earlier today, and that's fantastic. And then in some respects, they did have certain things sort of working against them. And the playing field, it's interesting that the playing field has kind of tipped a little bit, and that now we have all these medical advances, which is fantastic. But at the same time, we also have people not being as active as they used to be. You know, yes, we have processed foods and fast foods, whereas before we had ground provisions and you had to make do with what you had. So the food was healthier in many respects. It wasn't, you know, the pollution worldwide, the oceans weren't as polluted. You ate what you could grow or what you could catch. And so it was a simpler way of life, I think, as well. There was less stress. We didn't have the stresses that we have today. I think I shouldn't say we don't have the same stresses, but I think life was different in those days as well. Like, times were hard. I mean, I've done so many Cayman interview segments where I listened to our elders in their 80s and 90s. And when they talk about how difficult times were, but they knew nothing else, there was nothing else to compare it to. I think in this day and age, one of the big issues with mental health, and you talk about our young people in particular, young girls and boys who suffer from mental health issues, is that unfortunately, a lot of them are seeing this projected lifestyle elsewhere in the world. So, you know, once there was like the radio and the TV kind of expose you to stuff. Now it's instantaneous. Like, there's so many social media people out there, Kevin, you'll know this, chasing clout, and they're pretending to have this lifestyle, whether they have it or not. You know, they've got flashy cars and you see big houses in their videos, and nobody knows what their real reality is like. That could be part of their reality, but, you know, it projects a certain image to young people that they take in, and they think, oh, this is a wonderful life. This is what I want my life to be like. So they're also comparing their lives to something that is oftentimes not realistic, but it has an impact on their mental health. And so there's a combination of things, I think, over the years, quite frankly, that has changed. But by and large, people are living longer. Whether or not they're living healthier is a different question, but they are living longer. Like you said, you can have hip replacement, you can have knee replacement surgeries, you can have heart surgeries, all sorts of things to prolong your life. But I think what we want to encourage people to do is do their part where they can have a better quality of life as well. And you have to balance things. And without a doubt, it is very, very challenging. Someone also mentioned, fast food. And we have some fast food sponsors here on the show, and they advertise. And I tell people, I'm not really a fast food person. I didn't really grow up eating fast food. And so my recommendation is there are healthier options. There are, the veggie and vegan burger options now. You can go to Burger King, have a salad. With I remember when I worked in Centennial Towers, Subway was there, and a lot of times I was working long hours and there wasn't much else in the area to eat, and so it was Subway, and Subway sandwiches aren't really all that healthy, and so I would opt to just do a salad with chicken, some protein on top of it, and that was lunch. So you have to, even within the context of what is available now, to tell someone never ever touch fast food, never go to the Burger King drive-through, never go to have a slice of pizza, is probably unrealistic, but knowing that you can do these things in moderation is key. So in my household, we try to do a treat day once a week. So on that treat day, Gigi can have whatever she wants. So if she wants to go to Wendy's that day, she can go to Wendy's. If she wants to do, we love chicken, both her and I. If she wants to do chicken, Fridays is like the cheat day. Great day for chicken because they have the mac and cheese. So, but I get the protein, I get the mac and cheese, and then I offset it by getting the vegetables. So, you have options. And I think in life, caller, the biggest thing is really about trying to find balance. It's easy to tell people go all out and just become vegan, vegetarian. That's the healthiest option. And a lot of people can't do that. So you find the balance in the diet, you find the balance in the exercise, and other lifestyle habits as well, And I also believe in the 80-20 rule. Like, get 80% of it right. The 20% is the cheating or whatever that you're going to do on the side. And that kind of works its way out. But thank you, caller, so much for sharing your personal experience with Dr. Sandeep. I'm happy to confirm that he's the only one with that name there. And so that's definitely him. And it really seems that, a lot of people are striving for the healthier solutions in life. And so every little bit helps. It's like, I might not be able to run a marathon, but if I can do 4 laps around the neighborhood, it helps. Thank you, caller.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Sandy. And thanks for this program.
Thank you, my dear. Appreciate it. So 936-2626, the phone lines are open. Kevin is going to hang out with us for a little bit this morning. So a couple of things that I want to talk about. We just got some news of somebody having a scandalous situation here in Cayman. We're gonna break it because I have all the documents. The person was good enough to send me the documents. This is going to impact the Filipino community. So we'll talk about that here in a second. Okay. Let me just get this lady's number. So, but before we get into all the salacious stuff, I do want to encourage everyone to give our athletes a big round of applause this morning. I don't even know when they're coming back, but hopefully we can be at the airport and welcome them back. But listen, they did a phenomenal job. Kevin, I know that you saw trending all weekend. The CARIFTA games were on, and our young people showed up and they showed out and they did their part. Somebody's sending me the medal counts. I'm trying to get like the total medal counts, but Cayman, for the size of our small little island, we only got close to 75,000 people or whatever, give or take a little bit. I think we did phenomenal. I mean, our athletes really performed extremely well, and I could not be more proud of them.
Yeah, it just makes you just so proud to see the accomplishments, gold, silver, medals in CARIFTA. That's not an easy thing to do. And then you look at the times that, he ran, I think it was at 10.1 or something like that seconds, the 100 meter. It's like, that's close to lightning speed. I mean, that is fast. Think about running down the track and finishing in 10 seconds. That's just amazing. I hope they continue to do great things and continue to train and condition themselves. And one day we could get a gold in the actual Olympics, not just CARIFTA. It would be such an amazing accomplishment for a little tiny island that's a little speck on the map.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, no, I mean they ran and they did fantastic. We've got videos up. We did a couple articles about it this weekend and stuff as well. So I am absolutely tickled pink to, have these athletes go abroad and represent us so incredibly well. Now, I suppose nothing happens in Cayman without some criticism. So we did receive some feedback on how the sort of the track and field association didn't really do as great a job as they could have. And so I had, and I'm going to read the comment that we received in relation to that, but someone was saying, hey, they still need to organize things better and they need to do a better job. I'm not in it, so I can't really speak directly to it, but I can tell you that people have reached out and they said our athletes would have a much better chance and do even better if they really had proper organization and proper support behind them, if the athletic association really put together a proper team. So I'm going to read one of the comments that came in relation to that here this morning as well. So just give me one quick second. And Kevin, I actually went to the beach this weekend. I don't get to enjoy the beach as much as I would like to, unfortunately. But yeah, got a little beach time in on Sunday. So that was nice. So this person says Devontae Howell and Caden Reed, they're in university. So I don't know if they will come home, but when they do, we all have to go and see them. But other when they come home later today or whenever they come home, swimming did beautiful too. Yes. Okay. So thank you for clarifying that they are actually in university. So good for them. I'm glad to see that they are definitely prioritizing their studies as well. So here's some feedback that we received. So someone says, let me see. Oh, that was another comment. Hold on one second. I think we had, just trying to find the comment in relation to this track and field. Who was it that sent this in? Okay, let me try to locate that comment. But basically their criticism was about the organizers. And again, we've obviously talked about the Athletic Association, headed up by Sidonie Mothersill, not really supporting the athletes as much as they could. And so let me just see if I can.
And while you look for that, Sandy, I'll make a comment. I mean, probably in the direction that the person is complaining about how the support is not there. I'm part of media and I'm always looking for things out there, but I actually didn't even hear about when they were going and any type of follow-ups. I haven't seen a whole lot of things. What I saw is when they won, but prior to that, I did not see or hear really much about leading up to it, causing some of that additional excitement so we could go out of our way and actually watch and follow it live. So, I mean, this is where Cayman lacks a lot in so much different parts of communication, but we need to be updated leading up so we can get the excitement and also be able to know that this stuff is going on, not just when they win. Great. We love to hear.
And I got to be honest with you, I did not even know that CARIFTA was taking place this year. And like you said, we're in media and we don't know what's going on. Imagine the general public. Because again, there was no press releases that went out from these so-called athletic associations. None of that happened. And that's unfortunate.
Say, oh, well, how come you're not covering this? Well, we don't know about it. We can't cover what we don't know. I mean,
it was only after people who were it was only after people who were there that were like, Sandy, I'm here, let me send you some footage and so on, that then I was like, oh, okay. That's interesting. Because there was nothing. I mean, I don't know that these people care about PR or whatever, but there was none of that that went out on behalf of these organizations.
Yeah.
So this person said, ask the darn committee why they didn't put a relay team together. We could have gotten a gold. And I asked them to explain that because obviously if you're not in track and field, that might not make any sense. They said, okay, so the committee, Sidoni and the executive team decided against bringing more athletes to create a relay team. We could have medaled. We have Jaden and Devontae. They have Michelin, who's running the 200 meter. And so they could have brought one more athlete to compete a relay team. Oh, I see. Relay in like the 4x
100.
What is it? Normally 4x100.
Yeah, there's 4x100. There's 4x200. There's four.
Yeah.
There's one that you go all the way around. I think 4x400. I don't know, but there's different types of relays.
Yeah.
It's not all just.
So this
one.
person says, now I understand what they're saying. They said this committee is against bringing athletes for development purposes. Looks at Turk and Caicos and some other young athletes in their country, brought them along for development, not Cayman. Wow. So I wonder why. So that's a good question. I mean, I don't know the answer to that, unfortunately. So I don't know, Kevin. I mean, listen, I've tried to understand, what this organization does. And, we've had athletes themselves tell us that they are shocked that Sidoni Mother is still involved and that she has, even gotten on the Caribbean level, the position that she has, because she has never been supportive of local track and field athletes in the way that they think that she should be. So I don't know what to say. I can only bring the people's concerns to the forefront and let you guys know. We also had young Brianna Smith. Congratulations to her. She also placed on, she won, was it silver medal for the shot put, the girls under 20 shot put with a throw 12.98. So congratulations to her as well. You know what I'm surprised at? I don't know, Kevin, did you hear if any local media would have been in Grenada to cover the games to make sure that like Cayman athletes got, sufficient coverage? I haven't heard of anybody. I mean, probably the only...
I have not heard either, and I didn't see really any type of coverage that would rise to the level of if someone was there traveling with them. I didn't see that, and I certainly did not see any proper press releases or anything like that either. Even if they sent,
I think we gave it the most coverage. Yeah, I think we gave it the most coverage, and obviously we weren't there, but it was because, again, big shout out to all of our. I like to call you guys part of the CMR family, part of the CMR team. You guys were sending us, footage of what was happening.
Yep.
So,
in fact, what I even saw pop up in my feed, because again, it was going viral over the weekend. One of the other international media places did post, and I saw the Cayman flag, top 1 and 2 spots for the track and field events that we won. I saw them reporting on it and stuff. And again, we're just getting information in from people, again, who are CMR followers, sending it to us directly. This is something where, again, there should have been a designated media PR person within probably the Ministry of Sports or something to send releases and updates. CARIFTA is a pretty big deal for, it's like the Caribbean Olympics. So, I mean, it's a pretty big deal. And it just is one of the things that you need to do well in order to get to the larger actual, regular Olympics. And so, if we got that information, we could get the excitement being built and highlight those great achievements, accomplishments that our young athletes are making.
Yep, absolutely. So I have some video footage here that I'll play in case anybody missed it of how well our athletes perform. So again, we don't want to take away anything from them and the amazing job that they have done, because I think it's very, very important to congratulate them. The time is now to do so. But again, some parents and other people asking the question as to why our, organizers, the people who should be looking out for athletes, are not doing more to develop them. So here we go. Here's, I think this is the 200 meter that they medaled in. So let's have a quick look at this race. We see them here. Again, this is footage that others shared with us. So thank you guys so much. This is off of Sports Max. And yeah, they did a phenomenal job. So go, K-Man, go. So there you go. Fantastic. And I mean, he won by a long shot. That was not even, I think some of this was the finals, before they got to the finals. And then we see some of the finals and stuff coming up as well. So there's our little Cayman flag representing. Yeah, so they did extremely well. So again, congratulations to these two young men.
That's Cayman vote we're making right there.
Yep, absolutely. So someone said Devontae Howell and Jaden, I think we got the name wrong earlier, Jaden Reed. Sadane wants to be the only people that medaled for Cayman, but she only got it because of some drug program, another lady. So tell her we got medals for sure here in Cayman too. Well done, Devontae and Jaden and Brianna and all of the other team members. So people still feel like she's a little bit salty from her own performance when she was an athlete. I mean, none of that should be impacting what's happening now. So it's unfortunate, really. But this is someone literally recording their TV at home and sent this to me. So big shout out to yes, very, very good.
Woo! Yes.
So there we go.
That's like 1-3.
Yep. Wow. So took first place, second place. There we go, Cayman.
Looks like a 1-3.
No, that was first and second place. So again, we see what flag is that? What flag is that one, Kevin?
Dominica.
That was Dominica. So I don't even see where's the Cayman section. Like literally, our athletes just won, and we should have had a team of at least 30 supporters there, cheering on our athletes. And I'm looking for the Cayman. See the results just came in.
He broke a record.
Look at that. Absolutely phenomenal. All right, Devontae.
He beats Jaden Reed, who I think got bronze, and beats Jaden Reed's Cayman Junior record as well.
Wow. Very well done.
Yes.
So good for them. But again, the camera pans to Dominica's section, because does that mean that there was nobody there waving the Cayman flag? Like, come on, we got enough Cayman shirts now and everything. Like, we should have had a whole little section. You know what is so kind of crazy for me when I look at something like this, Kevin, is Cayman is supposed to be the what do we call ourselves? The jewel of the Caribbean. We're supposed to be more financially well off than everybody else, or so we claim, but yet we can't have a contingent of supporters go, not just the athletes. And then the criticism is we can't even have enough athletes go to do a relay team because, we do things lackluster. But my question is, where was the Cayman section? Like we could have easily had 15 to 20 people there outside of the athletes themselves, their parents, other people who love track and field, who represent CARIFTA. I know that whenever we put on the CARIFTA event here, we always do a phenomenal job, and we always get high praises and accolades for taking care of the athletes, taking care of all the coaches and everything. The last one that we had, I'd have to look it up because I still have my little CARIFTA media pass. It was a couple years ago, and I know that Evelyn Rocket and a bunch of other organizers, Colin, Anglin, all these people, they get together, a lot of volunteers, and they make sure that the athletes have a phenomenal, and all the visitors, which are literally maybe even a couple thousand people, converge on Cayman, and that they have the best of the best. I'm just a little bit curious about where was our section in the sand. Where were they?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's just non-existent, and it's sad to know that the athletes, their parents, that they're not as supported. It's clear, and it's sad, and I wish I knew more about it so I could have hyped it up even more on my end. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that would have loved to have done that. And hopefully lesson learned that in the future moving forward, they hear this so we could, all get behind our athletes.
Yeah.
Because they deserve it.
Yeah. Absolutely. So I would have liked to have seen more representation. So someone says CARIFTA is always over Easter weekend as it's geared towards students and they're all off from school. So the last time CARIFTA was here was in 2019. So thank you for confirming that. So yes, I would have been there for that. And it was great to just, it's a different vibe when you're actually there, right? And you feel the energy of the athletes. I heard that some of the athletes that are representing Cayman don't feel Caymanian and have said that they're not Caymanian because of the divisiveness back home in Cayman about generational Caymanians and new Caymanians. Can you investigate this? What lesson is learned? We keep making the same mistakes. Well, I mean, those athletes, have them contact me, have them speak out, because I think that there could very well be some truth in that, in the sense that, I see it all the time. Like, we want to own people when they're doing the right thing and when they're doing a great job. And when they're not, then we're like, oh yeah, they're not really Caymanians, honey child. His mama, Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? Caymanians, this is something that we struggle with. And I think that we have to get over it. If these people are going to wear our jersey with pride and represent the Cayman and they're giving Cayman medals, then we have to accept them, including the good and the bad. So, let me try and get the final medal count if I can. I know somebody sent me on Sunday, but this wouldn't have been the final, what the medal count was at this time.
I do have to jump off. I got a developing work situation I have to
yes. Thank you, Kevin.
So
I appreciate it.
Have a great day. Take care.
Thanks. Appreciate it very much. All right. Big shout out there to Kevin. So yes, I think that, these are some of the things that as a community run very, very deep, and we've got to undoubtedly address these things. Yes, we can't continue to treat people differently. I anytime somebody says to me, well, that person's a paper Caymanian, I have to caution them and say that there is no such thing. They have the rights just like you, me, everybody else. So y'all need to stop getting that out of your mind. But I think the athletes in particular are saying that they feel a way when people, say those things, because they then obviously, let me just see here. They then obviously have to really wonder if they are being, if they really have a place here in Cayman. I think that is quite unfortunate. All right. I'm looking for something here. I'm going to break a bit of a story here for you about what someone says is a bigamous situation. Give me a second. I'm still doing some research on that front. 2025 is in Trinidad. This person says CARIFTA, 2025 next year's in Trinidad. This person says, every CARIFTA, you can see the Bahamians out there and their numbers with their people and band. Yes, sir. They even take a band along. Wow. Yep. So I think there's room for improvement. Cayman doesn't have much support, as the association waited until the last minute to name the team, hence why the athletes had to go through New York to get to Grenada. What? Again, nobody's holding this association accountable. I hate to tell y'all, we tried. And, y'all want to say we're horrible for trying to say that maybe it's time that Sidoni retire from whatever the hell she claims she's doing, because she's really not doing the best job. And they refused to step back. They doubled down and, they're not going to, nobody's going to touch them. They're going to do whatever they want kind of attitude. And I think it's unfortunate. Listen, the parents are not happy. The athletes have expressed that they're not happy. Why she is holding on to this position, only God knows. Because I think it's pretty clear that very few people actually want you there. But when you're not tuned in with what's happening in the community, I guess you don't care one way or the other what people want from what they don't want, right? So pretty wild. Pretty wild and crazy. Wow. All right, let me see here. Okay. Yikes, what a mess. All right, any thoughts on this? 9362626. We're going to be moving on here in just a second. Y'all are not going to believe. Boy, sometimes we get some sus here that I'm just like, oh my God. Okay. All right. This person says the association is a problem as usual. Poor planning. They were scrambling last minute to purchase tickets. What a hot mess. We have Jamaicans attending school here and running well, and Bernie and the rest said that they're not paying for any Jamaicans to travel. Wow. Especially if they don't have papers. But they are good enough to run for other meets. It's a shame, lots of discrimination against these athletes. Some traveled to Barbados and spent the night Thursday night and deviated early Friday to Grenada. One athlete got held up by immigration and had to spend the night sleeping on a chair. Poor child was so tired and did not compete well. What the actual, what I want to say if it was 10:30. Like, seriously? Oh my God. I mean, what, oh God, when are we going to say enough is enough? I mean, God. This person says that the parents need to speak out. Where are you, parents? I'm serious. Listen, you see, this is why I don't fool with certain, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't fool with a whole lot of activities. I mean, my child's only 7, but I can tell you one thing. I'm not going to be that parent that is going to just sit back and allow this type of foolishness to happen. Unbelievable. Wow. I tell you, y'all need to do better. Y'all have got to do better. Okay. So, I don't know. It's just deplorable. Really. All right, living their life. This person says disgusting bunch. Most committee members what? Bet their, I'm not sure what this says. That doesn't make any sense. Living their life. What a hot mess. Okay. All right. Yeah, you parents need to speak up. That's the best advice that I can give you. Quite frankly. Is to speak up for your children. Nobody else is going to do it. Oh, what a hot mess. All right. All right, folks, let's move on. I see y'all silent. Only so much I can do if y'all gonna sit back and say nothing and do nothing. Amen to that, and that's why I respect them 100%. Amani, not quite sure the comment there, but let me back up. I think I need to go back. Damien said that there's a 16-year-old from Jamaica who just broke Bolt's 200-meter record. We give up status or what? Morning, Johan. Well, you can talk here if you'd like, since you're already on the line. Hold on one. Sorry, Johan. Hold on one second. Somebody's saying they can't hear you on YouTube, which is weird because radio can definitely hear you. Just hold on one second. Let me just check something here. Try speaking now for me, Johan.
Hello, this is Johan calling for Dry Up Brownies. Hello.
Folks, can hear you now. Let me know if you can hear Johan. So go again, Johan.
Hello, I need an order of Dry Up Brownies.
Yes, all right. They can hear you now. Okay. So you might have to repeat some of what you said because
No, just to recap the first part of what I was saying. I think it's unrealistic, unfair, but it's something that happens in Cayman quite a lot, whereby we have expectations of people that just because you're living here means that you're eligible to represent the country. The law is the law. The eligibility requirements are clearly stated in any sport or anything that you do in life. It's not a child's fault if their parents aren't Caymanian status holders or have PR. It's not the child's fault that they aren't eligible per se to represent Cayman. But I think it's important that we understand that this is a phenomenon that happens everywhere in the world.
So I guess the question for people then is why allow them to compete in local meets? Because isn't the idea behind the local meets is to flush out who could represent you regionally and perhaps even beyond?
No, I think a local meet is about the local talent on island. I think events like CARIFTA, Olympics, World Cup qualifying games, and so on and so forth, those are very national immigration touch points. You could come from Timbuktu tomorrow, work in Cayman, and you want to participate in any sort of local contest. There's nothing that prevents you from doing so. But when it comes to representing the country, the Cayman Islands, at another level, there's a different requirement and eligibility aspect that we have to take on board. Don't get me wrong, sports should be for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're black, white, rich, poor, from the moon, or from I don't know, from Saturn. It doesn't really matter, especially in the local context. But when we're talking about events like CARIFTA or any, because the CARIFTA is the Caribbean Olympics, for the want of a better word, for youngsters, right? I think the maximum age is 19, 20. And then people from there move on to leverage those opportunities. Hopefully they get opportunities to get scholarships and opportunities to get tertiary level education elsewhere, probably in the US and so on and so forth. But the point that I was making is we can't have it both ways. You look at our local Cayman football. I'm just going to use this as an example. Scholars International, in my mind growing up, that was West Bay's team. 100% West Bears. You could name them all. We just knew who they are. Strikers was Georgetown's team. You had Lee and all of that crew. But when you look at sports in Cayman now at a local level, Scholars have less than a handful of West Bears participating in their team. It's full of foreign nationals that are not West Bears per se, or the people that we are accustomed to seeing represent Scholars. And again, that's a great example of what our local football looks like. But those same players who are not Caymanian, that play for the Scholars and make up the majority of these other teams that are not Caymanian, they cannot be eligible for the national team. And it's no different for the track and field events. Yes, you can participate in the local races, but there is an eligibility requirement for you to represent the country. And that is not something we should ever shy away from, because there's nothing that makes you prouder than seeing your own come up through the ranks to represent the country. And participating is as big a success than actually winning, because you got to be a special athlete person. You have to have dedication. You have to really put in your time, energy, and training to get to that level. And for that, I want to say to all of the participants at CARIFTA, you guys are champions, whether you won a medal or not. But those that actually made it to the podium and those that broke records and did everything else, their success isn't because of the association. There's no association in Cayman that can make your kid that good. It's not track, it's not football, it's not basketball, it's not swimming. It's about the support unit of the family. It's about the dedication of those individuals, those kids who basically leverage their opportunities and the talents to get to real schools, real universities, where they get first class training, development, resources to take them to the next level. The young man Devonte, what he has achieved is incredible. When you know that the guy has come from being a youngster here, growing through the ranks and achieving what he's achieving, dude, mad respect. And I don't care if he's been Caymanian for 5 minutes or for 5 generations. We got to get to the stage where we're talking about Cayman was successful, but Cayman was successful because that young man, his parents, his coaches, and the network around him, basically, they locked in, and that kid has just been dedicated to doing the very best for himself and leveraging and maximizing his potential. And that's for all of them. The young man, Reed, that finished in second place. These guys are phenomenal athletes, not because of what they achieve on the track, but the dedication and the commitment that they show to getting to that next level. Because anybody can run a race, but how many of you can get to the stage where you're beating the best of the best within the discipline that you're participating in. And from that perspective, I don't care if you've been Caymanian for 5 minutes, again, or 5 generations or 5 decades. This is home. We got to do a better job of building national consciousness of supporting our teams, but we got to also understand there's a reason why certain associations don't get proper funding. There's a reason why certain associations don't get any private sector support, because nobody wants to throw good money after bad, and nobody wants to be caught up in supporting anything that is riddled with scandal and negativity. So we as a country, and we as people that love sports, we need to do better to make sure that the associations that we are a part of are doing it right. We can't blame people for not supporting us when we're still mired in the same nonsense, scandal, alleged corruption and mismanagement. That's on us, and that's on every person in the associations that are looking the other way on the foolishness. And that is a disease that is rampant in Cayman. So we got to own that. You know what I mean? Because there are associations in Cayman that get real funding. People, new Caymanians, people that want to be new Caymanian, people that got means. If their kids are involved in something, they throw their heart and soul and they get their checkbook and they put their money into that. Some of them are lucky. Some of us aren't so lucky, but we need to understand what is the foundation of having a well-run organization. If you look at things like Little League, you look at swimming, these guys consistently have a product that you want your children to be a part of. And it isn't the white and black thing. It's about something that is being well run. There in football, you can go thinking you're going to go watch a game and the game just gets canceled at last minute. And you wonder, why am I wasting my time with this? Why is my kid wasting their time with this? And it just comes back to us taking accountability, looking at yourself in the mirror, but also holding the man next to you accountable and go, this is why we don't get support. This foolishness like this. You know what I mean? So I'm not lecturing. I'm just saying, let's own why it doesn't work, and let's be proud of the people that have made it in spite of the challenges within the associations, because they have captured gold dust and they deserve all the accolades, respect, and kudos that we can give them as a citizen, as a proud Caymanian. Thank you for everything that you all have done in representing the country, but especially those of you that have hit the gold
medal.
So
let me ask you a quick question. We do have another call on the line, but let me ask you a quick question. When you hear, for example, parents saying that, this event, not the event, but the athletes in Cayman were not properly organized. We know every year that this event is going to be taking place, but yet tickets are being purchased last minute. They had to go through extra long route of getting there because there was no charter that was organized, nothing. Somebody said they could have organized a charter from here to Grenada, getting enough people to go and support it. There's no relay team. People are making these types of criticisms towards the association itself. What are your thoughts when you hear parents who are involved? Like I said, I'm not involved in track and field, so I have to take their word for it that this is what's going on. So what do you say to the community and the parents who are saying, listen, we need to do better for athletes?
No. I'll just say the concerns of those parents or those individuals who have been brave enough to raise their concerns, I'd go a step further. Own who you are and what your issue is. Put your name and your face behind the things that you say. Don't use Anti-Sandy and CMR as an anonymous platform. There's nobody in this country that can hurt you. If the organization of CARIFTA was shit and you chose to not say anything to let people know who you are and why you're upset, that's on you. Find your voice, show your face the way that I do, the way that Sandy does, so that people understand nobody takes anonymity serious. That's the biggest problem in Cayman. But guess what? The organization of sports in Cayman, in a lot of different things, has been poor for a very long time. I'm just going to use this as an example. There's a flight to Barbados that Cayman Airways take. You mean to tell me that the Sporting Association couldn't figure out who the team was, how many people needed to go, and at least get a flight to Barbados and then catch another flight to Grenada? Because chartering a plane is significant money. It's nearly $100,000 worth of costs associated with that. So if you can't get your team organized or give them proper gear and give them the things that they need to feel as if they're part of a real situation, I refuse to believe that the organizing committee could afford a charter of $100,000+ to take them from Cayman to Grenada. It just doesn't work that way. It costs real money. So all I'm saying is we know that things need to improve, but hiding behind anonymity never really help the situation. Get involved, roll up your sleeves. If you want to be the difference or you want to see a difference, be the difference maker.
Okay.
Get there and figure out how we work together to fix these things, because it's our children that are suffering as a result of the mismanagement, the alleged corruption, and the negativity that comes from the politics. But I'll say this also, the one thing that we haven't figured out is the athletes and the kids shouldn't be the victims because you don't like me as a parent. If my kid shows up and is busting his tail every day to do his best and deserves an opportunity, don't take it out on the kid because you don't like me or you don't like Sandy or you don't like, I don't know, anybody else. But that's what we do because too many people in Cayman are power hungry and are on power trips. So what happens is they stay in these associations forever. Some of them are actually getting paid now, so it makes financial sense for them to stay involved. But yet we're afraid of calling out the bullshit so that
language. You're on radio.
Sorry, boss. We're afraid to call out the foolishness, so we use you as if you can carry everybody's battle or issues. My kid was disadvantaged because this person did this. This person did that.
Somebody requested a kaboom.
And at that stage, you then lean into the anti-Sandy platform. But unless we as parents stand up, things not gonna get no better, and we're gonna have the same conversation next year and the next 5 years from now. But we can fix it because the talent that we got in this country now is real. We just need to help the organizations and get funding for the organizations, and not just from government, because the private sector give money to all sorts of things, but they won't give to organizations that are stuck in a civil war and fighting, and black versus white, and Caymanian versus Jamaican, and Jamaican versus Honduran. That stuff doesn't matter. You want to be a part of something positive, something sensible, and something that'll give you a good feeling, a positive PR and results. And too much of Cayman sports is about backbiting, negativity. And I can't stand Sandra, so I don't care if the team loses. I just want Sandra to lose.
All right, thank you, Johan. Appreciate it.
Cool.
And unfortunately, it's not just Cayman athletics that suffers from this. This is the crab in the bucket mentality. It's all sort of competitive events. So we have as well, I've seen it, pageants. There's this kind of backstabbing. We do have another caller in the line. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Hi, good morning, Sandy.
Hold on.
To talk to you.
The one on WhatsApp. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, the one on the radio, sir. You're calling to talk off air?
Yeah.
What? You're calling on WhatsApp or radio?
I'm calling on WhatsApp.
Okay, but you can't call me to talk off air during the middle of a talk show.
Yeah. All right. Give me the number that I can talk to you after the show then.
You can call this number, but after the show.
Okay then.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks.
Okay there.
All right. Looking forward.
All right. So in the middle of a show, 936-2626. Morning, caller.
Hey, good morning, Sandy. Good morning, listening audience.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you? You still traveling or are you back home yet?
I touched down last night.
Okay.
And good morning, Johan. Good morning. You know what? I want to start off by saying 150% echo everything that Johan has just said. And the first sentence I want to say is the reason why the organizations do not get the proper funding from those private sectors is because the private sectors know they're not organized. Boom. So let's stop right there. What Johan said is absolutely correct. And Sandy, I don't have kids that are into sports.
Yes.
I do have a daughter right now that she's 14. She just went out again this year at inter-secondary. She doesn't practice the whole entire year in school, but she walked out on the field. She threw shot put, I guess the preliminaries and then leading up to the finals, and she walked away with a silver. That's what she is. She's naturally talented when it comes to doing the shot put. She has that power and drive behind her. And I've now been spoken to by a coach that said, I want to coach her. So I'm going to look forward to giving her that coaching over the next year, because I want to put, despite what she says, I really want her to have that experience that she can travel even next year to probably go to CARIFTA. You never know. But what I'm saying is that we have so much natural talent here in Cayman. But guess what? It all starts a lot to do with the parents, and everything starts with parents. Because I'm going to say to you, inter-secondary, well, let's start from inter-primary. Inter-primary, the stands are full with parents out there cheering their children on for them to win for primary school. Take it to inter-secondary. Sandra, the only time, and I'm sorry, but we have to be truthful with ourselves. We say, and they know when inter-secondary is coming up, sacrifice one vacation day out of your year and go to inter-secondary and support. Even if your child is not even in participating, support the children. Go out there and cheer for the children. It was sad to be in the stands on the Wednesday and the Thursday when inter-secondary was going on. And literally, you could count on both hands the amount of parents that were out there supporting their children. When it comes to the government schools, the private schools now, they get their support. So it starts home with us first in supporting our athletes. And once we have that, we give them that support and we have that drive and we open up our mouth and go out there, just like how we chit chat on the streets and chit chat in our houses and on the cell phone and call into you. Open your mouth and let the organizers, let the government hear you. Because being a volunteer, when CARIFTA came to Cayman the 3 times, let me tell you, Bahamas chartered Bahama Air to come to Cayman, literally 2 flights to bring their athletes and to bring their supporters here. So we can do it, and we have, and the Cayman Airways is a government entity.
Exactly. I was going to say, let me be very, very clear. Cayman Airways can afford to lose money on other routes and do all kind of foolishness. So if there's one time that we probably don't mind them making an exception to losing money, is to get our young athletes to a Caribbean event. So yes, chartering a flight might be $100,000, but the government who bankrolls Cayman Airways into the millions of dollars anyway, we know it's a losing entity. This was the one time that I'm sure everybody collectively could say, you know what, we don't mind you putting on a charter that's actually not going to make any money. But you know, the more you'd be surprised, first of all, the number of people that might actually show up if they were organized and, you know.
It's an Easter weekend, and guess what? Even though we know that we have our locals that stay here and our locals that go and do their camping, and kudos to those that do the camping. I love that tradition about us still going on. But I'm going to tell you, they would probably go to one of these islands somewhere, you know, wherever it's going to be held, and support CARIFTA. You just simply, it starts with the parents starting at home, then it starts with the organizers, and then you go to the government and say, hey, listen, we need your support. We need a charter. And then you put it out there and you advertise it. And you do this way in advance. I can tell you when CARIFTA is finished at the end of this week, they're already planning to know where CARIFTA is going to be held next year, Easter. You have a year to plan and organize it and get it together. But guess what? Our people, when it comes to some of these organizations, reactive. They're not proactive, and it's not like they've not been doing it for how many donkey years. So it is sad to see. But just to say to you, I sent you some clips. I was cruising. I was in Nassau on the day of the opening on Friday. So you can share whatever I've sent you. But when I saw the swimmers, and forget, I'm sorry about the screaming and stuff, that was me supporting my Caymanians there. Have a great day. I'm on my way to work.
All right, my dear.
Bye-bye.
936-2626. I have a video from her, so I'll play that. Damien says exactly. Strong Wilt says kaboom. Kimberly says we also need to push more Caymanian kids into swimming. In my opinion, there's not enough participating in local and international meets. Thank you, Kimberly. Live Happy, says to represent is to show the strength of your people, not to use people from other countries just to win medals. And in fact, I mean, if anybody can appreciate the need to really represent Cayman, it should be Sidani Mothersill, because and this is a story that I've heard, so I wasn't around. I can't vouch for this, but those of you who've been around track and field for a long time, didn't Miss Rocket assist Sidoni and supported her in more ways than one to make sure that as someone who was not born in the Cayman Islands and who was probably not even Caymanian at the time, that she eventually got her immigration status sorted out so that she could be a Caymanian to go and represent the Cayman Islands, and really bent over backwards for her. So I think it says a lot that she does not, somebody said definitely give that a kaboom, that she does not show up for our Caymanian athletes, knowing that really, let me be very clear, probably in any other country, you would not, even in your home country of Jamaica, you're not really that good. So Cayman gave you the opportunity to represent and to eventually medal because, well, you got a medal because somebody else doped. But nonetheless, a medal is a medal. Maria says, caller is spitting pure, raw, unfiltered truth, 100%. Support our children, Cayman, says Miss Pat. If we go back in our history, you will hear about parents who stood up for children. Alla says, hallelujah, Johan. Where's the hallelujah button? That's a sermon taken from St. CMR 5, verse 8 to 20. Oh, my God.
Praise the Lord.
All right. Gabby says, I totally agree with him. Speaking of Johan, Miss Lauren says, correct. Magdalene says, Johan, Moxon, what you're saying is correct. More parents need to make the sacrifice. Devonta's parents have made the sacrifice because even if he has gotten the scholarship, that is not sufficient to cover USA university costs. And Natasha, giving Johan some applause there, said, amen, Johan. These parents do not speak up and expect others to fight the battles for their children. Stand up and speak out against these associations. Well, we can see that even when, they were trying, the association still ignored everybody, saying that we're not going to move, we're not going to do nothing, we're not resigning. I mean, to me, it is just so disrespectful. I think maybe one way in which you guys need to show up and speak out is to boycott these associations. Don't go to any of their meets. Don't show up, don't do nothing, and then see without athletes how much associations are useful. Who are they going to run? Sidoni? Damien says, put that and a budget to aid the charter on our own airline flying into the country. Does a certain Cayman status community support certain sports and events financially more than others? Magdalene says there were 6 athletes and they also had to make CARIFTA standards in their timing and races. So you don't automatically go to CARIFTA if you have to qualify, or you have to qualify. Good morning, Mary. She says, Johan is correct. Local meets are different from international when it comes to representing the Cayman Islands. Strong Wilt says, ask Johan, is those runners are born Caymanians or Caymanian parents? They does it in the USA. Huh? I don't understand. Ask Johan, is those 2 runners are born Caymanians or Caymanian parents? They does it in the USA. I don't think in the USA they asking anybody where your parents are from. Seriously. In fact, Damien talks about Kareem Street Thompson going to on a university scholarship at Texas and ran for the U.S. in the Olympics, and he's a Caymanian. You can choose to run. I mean, you can run out another flag. Well, I guess, did he have citizenship when he ran for the U.S.? So you see, this is what makes our athletes really start to, not really feel like they're 100% Caymanian when you start asking, well, who are their parents? Are they Caymanians? You got to pick and choose. If we're going to do this, and I think we need to accept, somebody says Kareem was actually born in the States. Oh, there you go. So he already had American citizenship. I mean, I don't know. Who holds the association accountable? Nobody, Pat. We have tried last year. Remember what they did at CARIFTA with Lacey? So just a year ago, we were talking about their hot mess of a situation as well. Nobody holds them accountable, and they don't even hold themselves accountable. This person says Kareem is actually originally Jamaican too, though. What a mix-up. Which is it? All right, this person says, okay, let me back up here. Most of them there in Grenada, Sidoni, Osbert, Delroy are there. Bernie too. Okay, so they're all in Grenada living their best life. Maybe we should make them run for Cayman then. So why they make them participate in other meets, local and overseas, and cannot do CARIFTA? Our Caymanian children are small numbers when it comes to track and field, and some overseas meets that our Jamaican athletes attended over the years. This year, they didn't allow them to attend, as it was said they were not paying for them. This is association and their hot mess of a situation again. There's some meets that the foreign nationals can attend without having papers, older athletes. They're allowed and paid for them over the years. At the end of the day, they want to promote athletes in the Cayman Islands and they want medals. They didn't want Jaden and Devontae to go because they wanted them to come and run at our nationals. Who's paying for them to come? They want the parents to foot the bill. Devontae got 2 medals though, and Jaden 1, so that's 3. Brianna 1. So if those boys didn't go, we would only have 1 medal for Cayman. So they went, let me try to understand what you're saying, listen to the program. So you're saying that they went on their own and the association didn't assist them in getting there? Clarify. Last minute planning and scrambling for tickets, etc. The association does not want anyone working with them as they are who they are. Kaboom for Johan. They don't want to leave. True, Johan. We have good talent. CUC needs to take away the funding. Oh, geez, on peace. Until they all step down. Wow. Kaboom, kaboom. Why can't they do the same thing for the others? She's afraid that they'll break her records, laughing out loud. Kaboom. Other countries carry their athletes if they are close to the mark. Also, we don't have the comparison here for them to compete. They should have carried more for the experience. Wow. And then this person makes a scathing remark about Kareem and Sidoni are just alike, never gave back to Cayman. The association eventually put them on and paid. This is for Jaden and Devontae to clarify, eventually. But they're saying that it was late in the day. Here's another commenter. When we do that and put our names out there, the association will blacklist our children. That's why so many have stepped back. They have to be put in that situation to really understand how much our children suffers when we stand up to them. Sidoni does not show up for our athletes, especially with the fact that she has so many contacts. For the people saying the parents don't hold them accountable, it's totally false. The parents have been fighting for children to no avail. But you have small-minded people like Maxine and Delroy. We don't get nowhere with track. Man. So sad. I mean, I look at my little daughter, she's only 7, and I think to myself, I don't know, she's, she might have some good genes because her dad's obviously got the Jamaican blood. And I was actually very athletic back in the day. Mind if I say so myself. But again, short distances. I'm not running no marathon, but I can do the 100 and the 200. So, with proper development, I could see her actually going places, but would I, as a parent, want to put up with the likes of Sidoni Mothersill? Not if I want to stay out of jail. No, honey, child. Mama Sandy can't be going to jail for and the one thing that I will happily go to jail for is my child. Okay. So, now I have to think, maybe I'll put her in synchronized swimming with all the good white folks over here who are going to try to behave themselves when they see me coming into the room. Because track and field, boy, I might have to punch somebody. And we wouldn't want that now, would we? So parents are saying they're standing up, but, they get blacklisted in the works. Can't hear that caller. Thank you. Exactly, Johan. Who's going to another person? Who's going to support the organization that with the likes of Mothersill is in charge of? If the proper organization was in place, the supporters and parents could have started to fundraise and even charter a flight for that CARIFTA. Easter's a time when most people plan a trip away. Just a shame of all that is behind all of this. Sandy, is there any way that a new organization can be formed? A new organization can always be formed. Whether or not they will get the recognition from the regional, international sports bodies, I suppose, is a different question. Wow. Next person says, first thing, the association needs to be made up of Caymanians who care for and want to see our athletes succeed. Sidoni is barely one time is a barely one-time wonder. She has no interest in seeing any athlete achieve higher than her. Don't take much to do that anyway. Bronze medalist. Woo! Y'all are salty. Child. Let me get a little throat lozenge on that note. 1 second, honey, child. Ricola. All right, Makiba gave her status in 92/94. Sidoni milked this country for years. For several years, receiving $70,000 a year as an elite athlete. I guess we need to define elite, but anyway. Nope, Devontae was born in Barbados, and the Reed boy is Jamaican. Kareem is born in the States. Ministry of Sports has created a sports commission which will oversee sporting bodies. The association wanted all overseas athletes to return home to qualify ahead of CARIFTA. What a hot mess. Good morning, caller.
Yes, good morning, Sandra. I've been listening to your show all this morning.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for you. Can you answer me a question? Have you ever done any kind of sport?
Not in Cayman, but in the States, yes.
Ah, wow, in the States. Okay, great. I don't know that what you're doing right now is building up these kids. I think you're tearing them down.
Well, we're not.
You're tearing down the organization.
Well, we're trying to hold the organization accountable.
What? Okay, right. Now, I don't know that you are doing that though, because if you have any kind of a contribution to make, then you go to the organization. You don't call people's name on the radio.
Oh.
And you don't do those kinds of stuff. This is not congratulations to the kids. Please stop. Get off the radio and do not talk about these kids or the people who are trying to run the organization. Yes, they are not perfect. Okay? I've had sit downs with these people. You're talking about people in Grenada living their best lives and all that kind of stuff, and you're not even here. Okay? Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Well, that's exactly why somebody says that must be Maxine's husband. This is exactly why people don't speak up. But nobody not gonna bully me and tell me what to talk about on the radio, especially when I'm paying for the airtime. Take that to the bank, honey, child. All right, so let's ask y'all the question. Does the conversation this morning addressing the association tear down the students, the athletes? That's what this man is claiming. I don't know who he is. But good morning, caller.
Good morning, sweetheart. I think the former caller, you can always tell when people's conscience are pricking their asses. I'm sorry for my French this morning.
Yes, just be careful because we're in radio, but yes.
Yeah, because we've been having this issue for so long. And by the way, my name is Gina Ann Alla Williams, a born Caymanian, sir. Yeah, you can take me on if you want to. Yeah, I'm the next patron. Yeah? All right. With that being said, we've had this issue for so long where we've had these foreigners come in and they take over the boards. They do nothing for other Caymanian kids. What the hell is... Listen, Miss Sandra, please continue to keep up the good work.
Thank you, my dear.
Even
Appreciate
if it's
it.
my corn that you have to mash, Mom, please keep up the good work, Mom.
I thank you.
Welcome, Mom.
All right, honey. Wow. Yeah, y'all, some of y'all got some nerves calling me and telling me not to talk about a particular issue, which the people, let me tell y'all what some of the comments are. This person said, please go tell him to sit his ASS down. Another person says salt with vinegar and chips, laughing at that last caller. Another person said he's one of their followers, their supporters, laughing out loud. Please go tell him to sit down. They're going to still buy votes. One thing for sure, I will cuss to my children if they ever come with their nonsense. Another person says, is that Delroy? Delroy, is that you? I have no clue. I don't know what Delroy sounds like. I don't know if that's him. I kind of don't think so, but I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you. Another person says, cut him off to compete at the national trials, even though they met the times at track meets overseas. Yep. Yes. Bad mouthing you so you can feel sorry and bake him. Or that's your habit, the brownies. Another person says, well, yes. Okay. Call out the, you know what? I don't know how to say this without cursing. The effery. Yes. My son was an athlete and I had to deal with this association. Tell the caller to go take a seat in the corner. So people have been dealing with this association for years. I'm glad that he asked the question, have I ever been an athlete? Because I can, and by the way, we got a poll question up. Does the conversation addressing the association tear down the athletes is the question. We're trying to actually help the athletes. So I don't know exactly what that caller is talking about. But at the end of the day, sir, please do yourself a favor. Don't be calling me talking the foolishness on the air because it's not quite 10:30 yet. But 10:30 is only 10 minutes out. I will go into overtime to address you personally this morning. And I'm not sure that you really want me to do that. Caller, good morning. Honey Chill.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. ¿Cómo estás?
I just had to pick myself up off the floor.
Right? the nerve of some people.
You don't need to get off your own program.
Honey Child. Now, y'all know 2024 is a whole new leaf in the book for me to have responded to him, even while we're on air, in such a kind manner, because he looked like he's lost his head. He must have hit his head in Grenada, Honey Chill. Go on.
Okay, so to answer the question, no, the conversation is not tearing down athletes. The caller is completely clueless about what it means to engage in conversation for the purposes of being constructive. And if he has anything to do with sports, we've identified part of the problem this morning. And to the caller who said cut him off, no, don't cut him off. You have to hear the foolishness that's being said so you can address it.
Yes, because parents, if you have children that are in track and field, and this is what they have to deal with, adults like this, imagine if he can have the audacity to try and talk to me like this, a big 50-year-old woman, what he is saying to your children and how they're treating your children.
You should have asked them for ID.
Because this association thinks that they're above any sort of criticism. Wow.
Well, when you're in when you're playing a role on the national level, you're not above criticism.
Hello, these are children. These are children.
That's right.
It's just like the woman the other day at the school who's like, "Don't you have anything better to do?" No, I don't have anything better to do than to show up and speak out for children at Clifton Hunter who had no AC for 2 days. Don't come at me when it comes to protecting your children. Johan said this is a big man. This must be the first time he's listening to CMR. Honey child, he don't know. Thank you, Danny.
All right, take care.
He honestly don't know. He clearly don't know. Natasha says this man's got friends on the board and feeling butthurt, right? Siobhan's asking, is this caller for real? Jamila says, please get him off the line. Oh my God. Yes, punch him, says Marshall. Camaria says, I strongly believe that the organization have a selfish, bad-minded, and bullying mentality. Clearly. All they're doing is stifling and hindering the kid's future. Like I said, parents, stand up. Gabby says, what does the nationality of a child, why should that matter? Well, I think there's certain criteria for you to represent a certain country. And I think that that's where it does matter to some extent. Dean says, incompetent or corruption or both. If the athletes were work permit holders instead of Caymanians, government and private sector would bend over backwards to help. Live Happy says, Kareem was flip-flopping. He's American born. He only represent Cayman because Cayman had a lower qualifying standard to the Olympics. Lord. What a hot mess. Strong Wilt says that Bernie is just as bad as Sadani. Oh my God. Inter-primary should be done on a weekend, not a weekday. Most parents can't leave work. Rushing back to work is not enjoyable. Yeah. No, sir. A foreigner telling the Caymanian what to discuss on her own show. WTF, says Debbie. Lord Jesus. Should we do a 10:30 segment today? It's 10:24. It's the beginning of a new week, right after our holy Easter weekend. Again, vote in the poll. I got it up on the screen there for you. Lord Jesus, Debbie. He's from Grenada. Who, that man that called in? He must be crazy. I don't know if he's from Grenada or not. This person says, yes, we need a 10:30 segment. Oh, man, I haven't had one in so long. Camaria says, caller, take several seats and go scratch your, you know what, pun barbed wire. You're also part of the problem. Rough C says, our problem is that the government doesn't bag of cash to properly juggle the money to have proper support. And it's hard to juggle with only one bag of cash. They need to make 3 bags of cash to juggle properly. Huh? You mean the same government that can find $50 million for a school for 200 kids can't charter a plane and get proper stuff organized? Somebody did mention there's supposed to be an oversight body for this so-called organization, but I don't know what they're doing either. Venice says, who cares what he thinks? Caymanians better wake up. Where is the link? Oh, hold on. There we go. Put the link in the comment section. Gabby is like, WTF? Alejandro says, man trying to guilt trip you, Sandra. He's probably offended that he know what's going on. Well, I know one thing. He can't guilt trip me. I mean, let's be very, very clear here. Siobhan, I wanted to talk about that post this weekend. That was the accountability that I wanted to have a discussion with, but let's leave that till tomorrow's show. So we'll do that one tomorrow, as well as this bigamy news that we've gotten here today. Camara says, Sandy, touch that caller gas bag because he's belching very loud. Johan says he never get cussed out like her friend Chris and me. Don't worry, because it's not 10:30 yet. Johan, you only got cussed out after 10:30 because we're on the radio. So we got to follow off-regs rules. I think we're going into overtime today because that man got me feeling all kind of way here today. And I think I'm going to express myself, if you don't mind. Alejandra said, my daughter's laughing too. I'm sure she understood the joke and she's only 2. Don't make sure you turn off the radio so she can't hear after 10:30. That will not be a conversation for a 2-year-old. Damien says, exactly. He's not comprehending the show. Oh, these people comprehend. Honey child, they comprehend all too well. But them ranking them fresh. That's why he could try coming at me this morning, but somebody must not have told him. Can't get a dose of cold hard truth. Maybe you should said to her, you need to do better. To who? Some people in the wrong line of work, says Siobhan. Yes, let's do a 10:30 show. Yes, says Tammy. Everybody's saying, let's go into overtime, honey child. Strong Wilt says that person needs a, you know what, kick. Miss Stephanie Brooks says, yes, please, 10:30. Juanita says 11:30 works well too, Sandy. No, 10:30 is when we're off air. We're off the radio, so we can click off the radio link, and we can just be absolutely honest with people, which means that I can also use profanity. And Lord Jesus, today gonna have to be a day. Oh, honey child. Who is this man? Tell him I said to call me back now that it's 10:30. This person says, I live for overtime. Lord Jesus. Them turn on us and bite our hands. 10:30 segment. Yes, cuss them out. Put them in their place. The nerve of these people when we invite them to become Caymanians, them turn on us and bite our hand. Ooh, honey child. So far, 100% of you voted no. Does the conversation addressing the association tear down the athletes? So it looks like this man is not even in tune with what's happening. Nobody don't agree with you, sir. Ooh, honey child, 10:29. Oh, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. All right, Sandy, calm down. Because God knows you got to tell these people about their backside yet today. Vote, folks. Get the numbers up there. Since he believed he know what Caymanians want and what Caymanian athletes need. Wonk, wonk, wonk. No, sir. Sounds like they need to find 2 more $50 million bags to juggle. Sandy, tell that caller, don't he ever mess with a Leo, because the lioness in us will definitely roar. And we not no puss. It's 10:30. Look at that. Radio folks, y'all have a beautiful, and I do mean beautiful, what today is, Tuesday. Join us back tomorrow morning, 7:25 is actually when we start. We start nice and early to get 106 out of the way. Give them an opportunity. Now I'm going to go on social media and do some roaring. And it's not that kind of roar, honey child. It's going to be a big roar because somebody done got under my skin this morning. Y'all have a good day. Be good. See you back here tomorrow morning. We're going to be outing more of these scandalous people. Both Caymanians and expats all get the same treatment, honey chill. Y'all have a beautiful day, radio folks. Let me click it off. Kaboom! Now, let me address this motherfucker who had the nerves to call in on the radio this morning and talk about I'm tearing down athletes. Sir, who the fuck are you? Please do tell me, who are you? When you have that kind of audacity, let me pull down the radio feed. I just disconnected it. When you have that kind of nerve, what you should do is call and identify yourself. That is what I would suggest, because I need to know who I'm talking to. You know, I like to address people by name when I'm going to give them a good cursing out. So I don't know who you are, but I dare say that you have some fucking nerves. And I agree with everybody who says that man deserves a bitch lick. I think so too. Who is this man? Who is he? I gotta send this to some of the people them in that association. See if they can identify who he is for certain. Because I would like to address him by name. Okay, sir? I have internet. Okay. Hold on. Somebody says, with that caller's number, so-and-so, here it is. I'm going to give you all the number so y'all can tell me exactly who he is, honey chill. Because what I can tell you, sir, I still don't get your name. Don't worry, this came out, you know. I'll have your name in 2 twos. Call and identify yourself when you feel like you're going to be trying to set me straight. Because I'm a big woman. I don't know how big you are. You're probably small. But let me be very, very clear. Let's not get it twisted. The one category of individuals I care about more than anything else, politicians, this one, that one, y'all skin up fools around the place, are our children. I will go to bat any day of the week. Tuesday, Holy Sunday, Saturday, afternoon, midnight, whatever time, for our children. Our children, our athletes have been saying for a very, very long time that this association is full of shit, and that bitch, no, I don't care, Sidoni Mothersill, has not been doing a good job on behalf of our athletes. So what do you want me to do? Like I told y'all, no, I'm not involved in track and field. Y'all better be lucky I'm not involved in track and field, because I would do a shot put on her ass and kick her upside the head. So thank God that Sandy not doing no track and field. That shot put would hit her right upside her head. Right? Y'all do not understand that the athletes are sick and tired of her. I've had athletes call me and have 2-hour-long conversations about Sidoni Mothersill and how toxic and disgusting that woman is. And yet we have managed to keep her at the head of an organization that is supposed to be looking out for young people. She has ensured that some of our athletes have not even performed at the Olympics, although they qualified. That is Sidoni Mothersill. So somebody said it sounded like Delroy. I don't give a shit who it is. I don't care if it's Delroy, but we're going to find out. So, honey child, don't step to me this morning about because we're trying to hold this association accountable yet again, a second year in the row. This is reflecting the athletes. Did y'all say that last year when you did what you did to little Lacey? By the way, somebody said let's call Lacey to see if she was there. I confirmed that she didn't go. I wonder why. Another young person disgruntled and fed up with you bitches. Of course she's not going to go. After you guys embarrassed her on the international front last year. What a scandal. Right? Wouldn't go speak to the young lady yourself. Y'all are the ones who are damaging young athletes with your foolishness. Not me. But y'all are so out of tune with what is happening. This is the saddest part. Somebody said I'm almost 100% sure that wasn't Dalroy Murray. I don't think so. He don't sound like that. But this man has some fucking nerves. Trust me. Were y'all concerned last year about making the athletes feel away or discrediting them or taking away from them when all that stuff is going on with Lacey? When she and her husband were actually helping the athletes? I'm just curious. It's funny how you didn't call in last year, though. Somebody said that looks like Devontae's number. But I don't think that's his number. Anyway, somebody look up the number for me. Tell me who it is. Y'all not easy. Not easy, not at all. Somebody say calm down. I'm very calm. Y'all have not seen me not calm yet. I gotta tell you the truth. He's a coward who can only bully children. Somebody said fuck them up. Yes. Let me be very, very clear, sir. Whoever you are, and I'm sure in tutus will soon know exactly who you are. Do yourself a favor and go sit your ass down. Okay? There has been no accountability. When are we going to talk about it? Let me ask you a question. If we're not talking about it now, when we see them fucking up, yes, yet again, last minute reservations, no relay team, no this or that, when, in your opinion, sir, would be a good time to talk about it? I'm just curious. Huh? At what point can we have a conversation about this so you feel like, oh, well, the athletes are not going to feel bad? We have celebrated our athletes this morning. They have performed despite all the obstacles, both literally and figuratively, that they have to deal with. The biggest one being this dumbass association, right? And the so-called adults running it who look like they can find their way out of a wet paper bag. All these obstacles and these young people still go away and perform. I'm hearing about one athlete who, because of the flight, had to spend the night sleeping on a bench in an airport, and you don't want me to fucking talk about this? When would be a good time? Do tell. When would be a good motherfucking time to talk about it? Right? This is ridiculous. This is what happens in Cayman. Our standards are so low that any Tom, Dick, Harry, Sidoni can come to Cayman, run a shit show of an organization, and as Caymanians, we're going to sit down and let it slide? I don't think so. Like I said, y'all lucky that I'm not involved in track and field here in the Cayman Islands, because there's certain foolishness that I would not be putting up with. You think I would sit back and allow my daughter to be anywhere? Well, first of all, my daughter not going nowhere near track and field. No. Pedophiles. Supporters. Let's talk about Sidonia's still husband. Has she divorced him yet? Child predator and pedophiles. Y'all saw that man going after little children, and y'all did nothing. Her name and her association's name is called up in the documents. That's why the other day, one Jamaican lady, bless her little heart, came up to me. Oh, Miss Sandy, I think you're going too hard on Sidoni. And I said, really? I said, well, it's her name that's in the indictment documents when they were looking to send her husband back because she was helping him stay abroad. I know, but she got children. I don't give a fuck. I don't care how many children she got with him. Her mandate should be protecting our children. And instead, she allowed a child predator to weasel his way into this country through her legs. And then when she discovered what he was, she continued to support him and continued to give him access to Cayman athletes. I'm sorry, but what y'all saying to me this morning? What are you saying to me, sir? About not supporting our children and making our children look bad? You must have lost your goddamn mind. I bet you wasn't having that conversation with Sidoni. I bet you wasn't having it with her predator husband. Have you ever said to him, sir, you've made our children look bad by molesting them, by wanting to finger them and asking for pornographic pictures of these little young girls, grooming them for more? Did you ever call him and say, oh, we don't appreciate you doing that because you're doing damage to the athletic world and to our children? I bet you didn't do that. You know why? Because you're a pussy. Like I said, y'all gonna hear me roar here today. Anybody like you who can call this radio and make those kind of comments towards me, I'm gonna call you a PUSSY. Yep, that's what you are. Y'all know what's wrong with Cayman, okay? We need to stop the foolishness. We need to stop the foolishness. When y'all need to speak up and tell people to not do something, such as molesting your children, grooming your children, giving child predators access to your children, right? Refusing to step down from an association when you should be stepping down. Somebody said Sidoni is another Ghislaine Maxwell. She's the one with, what the hell his name is now? Oh, Lord. The child predator who was, he committed suicide after, what his name is again? Whatever the hell his name is. That is him. Yeah, there's a lot of people who enable these predators. That's why they can have such easy access to our children. And I have no fear. Epstein, thank you. I have no fear of contradiction when I tell you that Sidoni is one of them. She should be Jeffrey Epstein. Thank you. She should be barred from being around our children. And yet we have her heading up an athletic association. Have it make sense. And let me be very clear. I don't know Sidoni. I'd probably pass her on the street and not even know what she looked like. I mean, I might know her a little bit, but I don't know nothing about her other than what I do know, right? So me and her have never had a conversation. There's no reason for me to not like her. I'm not upset with her. The reason why I'm upset with her is because of what she did and what she allowed a man to do to her children. That's why. So don't get it twisted, because I'm sure now, Sandy, you got a problem with her. No, I don't know the woman, and I don't care to know the woman. What I'm saying is we have to maintain certain standards for youth-based organizations. In my mind, this athletic association does not meet those standards. And if we're going to ever hope for change, let us be very, very clear that the only way we can affect change is by speaking up. So my question to you is, if not now, when? When is a good time to address this association and these issues? I'm going to call this man back. He had the nerves to call me before 10:30, and I'm going to call you after 10:30 because I want to have a conversation with you now that I can be frank with you and tell you exactly what I think. Just give me a second here. Just hold on, honey child. I want to know if you hit your head there in Grenada and lost all your good senses. Because you couldn't really be talking to me. Actually, if you're in Grenada, you probably need to call me in WhatsApp. Not sure. No, I think he called direct.
Number does not subscribe to a voice mailbox service.
Let's call you in WhatsApp. Hold on. Hold on, honey child. We'll call you in WhatsApp. Although I feel like he called me. He did call me in this number, so I guess that was a WhatsApp number. All right, hold on. Yeah. That was a WhatsApp call. Hold on, honey child. 1 second, Alejandro. Oh, he not gonna answer the phone now? Right. Hello? He not answering the phone.
What the hell is going on?
No, of course you're not gonna answer the phone now. That's after 10:30. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Sonny, you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in just now. I heard you answer the phone, but then
I was talking to I was actually talking to the other one, but no, not a problem.
Oh, all right. Well, I was listening to what our guy got say. You know, I wondering if he a parent himself, wondering if he don't understand what the heck really going on. He's supporting his child, yes, maybe, and then don't realize that these people only just holding their children as accessories to just look good in the public's eye. Because what I see going on, it really makes no sense where we have parents that want to support their children and then bound by work or some other means of living can't go away to support their own children or something like this. Boy, you know, that really put some questions in my head how the association really working. I don't know how it works, you know, but you see, when I would go in school, when I would go, especially primary school, I remember doing long jump, high jump as my favorite sports. And I kept that up for a long, long time, right? But you see, the minute that going into George Hicks High School, middle school, back in my time, right? They, I remember after Hurricane Ivan, they took away the privileges of children going on the play field for I don't know what reason. And it continued until I was like in year 10. I mean, year 11 or so. When the year 11, then I remember getting back into like cross country because I like to run long distance and stuff like this, right? But I don't know, really and truly, when they see children not willing to do something, and I don't even know if they take initiative unless they know the parents themselves. They have certain parents that they would willing to scratch each other's backs and then just hold the other ones down, like the ones that are less fortunate, you know, the ones that would be a little bit burden on them. I don't know how it works, you know, but I tell you what, I never had a good experience with sports in school.
This man, along with everybody else, is living in a delusional reality is the conclusion that I've come to.
Right.
That's the only reason he could call and make that kind of comment to me. But I'm making athletes look bad. The athletes have not been happy for a very long time. And this organization has been failing them. And there's been zero accountability.
Yeah, now you see how I feel now when I want to support something that don't have no support. Now these people here know exactly what to do, how to do it, who to get rid of, and who to put in. But they don't want to do that. You know why? Because maybe nobody wants to support the BS that they're doing, the bullshit, the foolishness that they're here doing in the public's eye, and people know what the hell they're doing enough. But you see what happened? Everybody's fucking friends. Everybody's fucking each other. That's what I know. That's what I know going around. So you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours later.
Yep. Too much foolishness going on in support of our children. Ms. Darlene says the kids might be out of school. Well, I think every parent by now knows that once we have a 10:30 segment, that is not kid friendly. Whether they're in school or out of school, don't have them listen. And Alejandro going on bad, my youth, says Leroy. Marshall says by the looks of it, he doesn't have any sense. I mean, truly. Our poor children. I mean, what they have to put up with is obviously unbelievable. Oh my God. But in Cayman, it's who you are and who likes who. Pathetic, says this one person. Another person says, I'm not in Cayman right now, but this is going to be a show today. Pressure bus pipe. I can't manage. Clearly he is one in Grenada living his best life on the dime of the Cayman Islands. Asshole, sounded dumb as fuck. Comment from the listener. It sounded like Delroy, but it's I don't think it's him. I was going to take her and tie her up in the middle of Truman Bodden track field and set her ass on fire. Is he concerned about how the athletes at Sidonia's husband molested feels? How has her track and field career been since then? I don't know why I asked my son, and he said it sounds like, oh no. This person says I have an 11 o'clock call. Let's not waste time. He sounds like E.T. the alien. Lord have mercy. Looks like yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Put it to his ass, Auntie Sandy. Tell that bitch to call back in at 10:30. He won't even answer the phone now. I would love for him to answer the phone. I would love to. Where do you get the conclusion or the opinion? Because that's all it is. And this one not even worth the behind it's coming out of. Where do you get this opinion of yours that we are not in support of the athletes? The athletes are probably over there cheering right now, saying, "Thank you for standing up for us, Miss Sandy." Hello, caller.
Auntie Sandy, it's me again.
Hello.
Now that you're into 10:30, we can get live.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me ask you a question. Did
Sure.
the sexual predator coach that was convicted, did he lose his status?
Only because CMR got on their asses why they finally kicked him out of this country. Because his wife, hold on, let us recall the facts of what happened. His wife, who was secretary at the time, was allowing him, and I said allowing him because no fucking husband of mine gonna be living in Cayman, write no blood clot letter to nobody, and still be married to me. I don't think so. She was allowing him to write to the association, the athletic association, when Lance Barnes was president, threatening to sue the association if they didn't let him back in. This was after he served his time. And Alden, at the helm of this country, was sitting back with his cabinet, not doing anything about this man remaining in this country. And I said, oh, to the fuck no, not today, Bobo. We started to kick up a stink about it. And in 2 twos, they revoked his status and tell him to leave.
Okay, so he's denied entry into the Cayman Islands, right?
Yes, finally.
Because
he was living right up in Savannah, up in her house with children in the neighborhood.
No. The most important thing is, as far as justice can be served, I think it's been done. It's just we need to do that to all of those.
Johan, you missed the point. You missed the point. Let me be very, very clear. This is where I have a problem with Sidonie Mothersill. For her to support him in the way in which she did, even when the man absconded the jurisdiction because they tipped the little bitch off that the police were coming to arrest him for this case, and he left and ran off, right? She continued to travel between Cayman and Miami and his behind in Texas, wherever the hell she was keeping him as a kept man, kept sending him money. That's how they were able to track down where he was through her. Why is she working around our children? You think any parent should feel safe with that caliber of individual being around minor children? You understand what I'm telling you?
No, they're valid concerns, valid questions.
I'm not saying that she, let me be very clear. Let's give her the benefit of the doubt and say that she didn't know what her husband was doing when he was doing it. After she found out, her behavior was supportive of his pedophile ass, and that is a problem to me.
Let's go a step further. Are all coaches and persons dealing with youngsters and athletes subjected to any sort of monitoring and training on day, because he can't be the only one.
Of course not.
Percentage wise, life just doesn't work
and that's why I would love for this caller this morning to someday call in when we're talking about child abuse and these types of organizations, sporting organizations, choir organizations, churches, any kind of organization, youth-based, to call in and have that same kind of energy for protecting your children. If you're caring about tearing down our children, what about the damage that you organization members and coaches are doing on a daily basis? I hear that some of them talk to these children like they have no self-worth. You have to hear how they be yelling and screaming at him. And then he's talking about, have I ever participated in athletics in Cayman? You better thank God that I haven't. Because listen, when my Georgetown Brown head take me, I hope you fucking know. Even as a teenager, you and me talking to me any kind of way. Because I was going to tell you about your behind. Oh, make sure you know.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But somebody somewhere in the system
told him he bright
must be mandating that all coaches and people that are dealing with youngsters, kids, athletes,
child safeguarding. But where is it? Where's enforcement? There clearly is none.
Yeah, no, well, I guess that's where the CMR mafia and your voice comes in, where you lead the charge on that. Because, in my opinion, the RCIPS only respond to things once you get on it. I don't know what they're getting paid for, but it's like you're the police commissioner and the chief detective all rolled into one. So maybe that's a platform or a topic that needs to be addressed, and we go from there. But I was just calling in to find out if the man was barred from Cayman, because we don't need to.
That was a fight. Trust me, that was a fight.
Listen,
He's married to Caymanian. I said, really?
Fuck that. Simple. Fuck that. Listen, y'all can go be married somewhere else, but you can't put our kids at risk. Simple.
Yep.
It's easier for them to
Yeah,
leave
boy,
than for us to for us to be looking over our shoulder. Because the reality is this: one of these days, these sick, depraved animals are gonna mess with the wrong person's child, and there's not gonna be no policing for the talking. I telling you this, I think I have a brain, but if it were mine, there is no RCIPS, nothing, because what does that achieve? Zero, nada, nothing. Yet you've got damaged children that become damaged adults, and it's the cycle of just being damaged because the system didn't do its job. So
let's continue to talk about accountability with this organization. Back in 2019, we did a story. The headline is Cayman athletes sanctioned over CARIFTA 2019 row. And so this is yet another example of where the Cayman Islands Athletic Association, CIAA, was sanctioned by the North American, Central America, and this is NACAC and Caribbean Athletic Association for non-payment of refunded accommodation fees in relation to the CARIFTA 2019 event hosted in the Cayman Islands. The suspension is in place indefinitely until the fees are paid. Ask yourselves this question. At what point will we be standing up and saying enough is enough when it comes to this association and its current board of directors? Somebody said Sidonie Mothersill is a hot mess, but let's not forget the other people who sit back and allow her to do what she does. And this individual, let me find the message here. They have named, give me 1 second here now. They said Sidonie is one thing, but please do not take the gas off of Maxine and Delroy, who are the ones who are in control of the crooked things in the community. When are we going to prioritize this conversation is my question. Alejandro?
Sandy, I wish I could say something that makes sense to everyone, but I know I'm not going to make any sense to a lot of people that, listening. But I think that what they need to do is, if they do have anybody interested into the association that is a different mindset from these crocodiles, I think that we need to get those people considered, at least with the public's notice, saying that, at least apply, put the applications open right now for them people to apply or something like this.
Yeah, but
I don't see the association.
She has figured out a way to keep a lifelong appointment in that organization. It's sad.
Well, this is the thing now.
But she has padded the membership, and there are allegations that she even pays for, that she even pays for these membership people themselves from her church, so that she's never removed.
So just because you're a professional at doing corruption doesn't mean that you're allowed to continue doing what you're doing if if the public knows you're doing wrong.
Yes. Well, this is what happens when people speak up. You see what they did.
If this is how politics is, Sandy, really and truly, my life is a whole lot better than what you see going on around here in this world that is all dumb that people participate in. And I say participate in because it's just like going to church. You have a choice. And no one are telling you that you got to participate in these things. Your children might want to guide them into the right way. Make the children learn how to talk to you as parents, knowing that you listen to your children, regardless if you hear them talking foolishness that sound like foolishness. Because look here, when I was growing up, foolishness was the truth when you can't handle it. Yeah, so make that be the same mindset right here now, because we all being brainwashed right now at this moment while we sit down and probably drinking a soda and smoking a cigarette, or like me, doing my thing. and nobody not really paying any mind to what really going on while we here talking about it. And I've been noticing a lot of things like watching parents leaving their children behind, walking on the side of the road by themselves, and I'd be like, Jesus, yo, my heart stops when I see stuff like that. Like, to be so secure that your child is not going to stray off is the most irresponsible thing to do as a parent, in my opinion. I understand you have some parents out there training their children good to make sure that they're independent from time they start walking. They can climb ladders and all those stuff. My daughter doing that right now with the 2 years old, trying to climb vertical ladders. And I hear just like be nervous at sometimes if I turn my back around now and just to look at something else, she already up at the top. But this is the type of stuff we lose our focus on what we need to really focus on just because of work, because of love. That a lot of people be chasing love. What the hell we chasing love for? I don't fucking know. But guess what? If you're not found it, hey, you better start opening your eyes and slowing down a little bit, because you might just breeze right across it like them speeders on the road. I be trying to warn people all this time. You're looking at a lot of things going on, Sandy. I understand this whole entire situation with this mother cell woman and whatnot. We already don't know her. She's one of them people that where we can never change. We can never change her, but we could take her out of position what we want to do.
If we can't change her, then we have to remove her. And I agree that you can't change people like that. We need to remove her from where she is.
Simple as that. Make her go and do her thing down in the United States, wherever she is right now. Make her continue doing that and break the ties with her hearing came on, because it's useless. She's like a wet cloth that can't dry.
Thank you, Colin.
Shit, yo, it just like you can't clean the floor with dirt and mopping.
Appreciate it. All right, folks. Yeah. Yes, I can tell you what. Trust me. Johan made me go back and have a look at this, because this is something that that back in 2018, March of 2018, we were fighting this situation, because again, Ato Modibo Stevens felt like after being sentenced to jail, and I tell you, y'all don't have the benefit a lot of times of sitting in court and listening to these cases, right? This is one that I was actually there for, and I was there for the sentencing. And I can tell you the judge was so disgusted and he was so disturbed by what the accusations were. And despite the fact that he was found not guilty, because, the police in their bang up job that they oftentimes do, the prosecution in combination, they were not able to find him guilty of the sexual assault charges of touching her and that sort of thing. But the messages, and again, our legislators had fallen by the way, because there's no grooming legislation in place back in 2018. We've only more recently gotten that, right? The hundreds upon hundreds of messages, when you go back and hear what the judge said about this man when he sentenced him. That's why he actually, I can only think of this case being the only case where someone has actually gotten jail time for what falls under section, I think it's 92 or 94 of OFRAG, right? So this is where you harass people by texting them or whatever. This is like the only one that they've actually sent to jail under that section of the law. And the judge was like, I can't find any other case where this is warranted, because the volume. So he was found guilty, not guilty on 3 counts, but the volume of messages that this man was sending to this young lady, a 14-year-old child, 64 phone calls. 64 phone calls, this fucking predator was going after this little girl. 64 phone calls. My husband don't even call me that much, and I'm a big adult woman. But he was trying to wear this girl down so he could get in her panties. I want y'all to understand what these predators are like. Countless messages. Right? The judge said the evidence was overwhelming on the single count relating to the misuse of ICT, but he had doubts on the 3 other more serious offenses, so he couldn't convict him on those. This was Justice Wood. He said that upon re-examining the evidence against Stevens, including his own testimony, and he used very strong terms like ludicrous, insulting, to describe Stephen's lack of explanation for various WhatsApp messages between him and the athlete who was 14 years at the time of the alleged offenses. He also found much of his testimony disturbing, including the reasons that he requested the photos in the first place, was asking this 14-year-old child to send him naked photos. Despite claiming he didn't know, the judge remarked the reason was obvious. He further noted that he had asked him directly during the trial why he did not stop, and he replied he did not know. You know why he don't know? Because he's a fucking pedophile that cannot help himself. Those are the most dangerous ones. They can't even understand. They can't even explain to you their desire to have people's children sexually. He'd be a dead man. I tell you, he'd be fucking dead if that was my daughter. Yeah? This, like I said, she probably still married him. This is Sidoni's husband. He don't know. The judge says it was obvious that it was for sexual pleasure. He also read out various portions of the testimony, including the defendant's references to date nights. Big hardback man talking about he wants to have a date night with this little girl and writing his D. That's what he's messaging this little girl. He wants her to ride him. You can imagine? Disgusting piece of shit. And this is a man that you can have 2 children with, one since he got convicted, and you will cloak him up and allow him to run from justice? The judge said the explanations were insulting and unbelievable. He said that the RCIPS detective who initially conducted the interview of the victim made some critical mistakes that have impacted the outcome of the trial. Yay, go RCIPS, fucking things up again. That was them back then, and they're still doing it now. It's just ridiculous. He found it quite extraordinary that it took 18 months after the initial complaint about any of them for the victim to even be contacted. You see, nobody in this country, from the police straight down, has demonstrated a genuine concern for victims of sexual abuse and molestation, even at the hands of people like Sidoni's husband. And her, by extension, for never standing up for our athletes. She has never, president of the Cayman Islands Athletic Association. We haven't heard of their child protection policy. Where is it? Does it exist? She's never made a statement speaking out. Maybe she don't want to speak out against his husband or hers, but even speak out generally about the necessity to protect athletes, both male and female. Protect them physically from sexual abuse, from grooming, from mental abuse. Why have we never heard a single person associated with the Cayman Islands Athletic Association speak out about these issues? You know why? Because they don't give a damn. They do not care about your children. And so while they have the audacity to have some fool call on the radio telling me that, oh, I mustn't talk about it because this isn't helpful, what I'm going to say to you is people like you not helpful, bitch. Parents, you have a decision to make. And to me, it's very, very simple. You see, I'm not exposing my children to certain types of situations or people under no circumstances. Now, I know that y'all want your children to perform. You want them to become athletes. But listen, without athletes, that association is nothing. Huh? How about that? Let me say it again. Without athletes, the association is nothing. If every single parent boycotted this association until y'all got some real change, stop playing around when it comes to your children. If you boycotted this association, they would have to get rid of every single board member. Under no circumstances would I have anything to do with this association. Teach your children to stand up. Stand up against predators and supporters of predators. Stand up against these adults who talk to them in a kind of way when they're trying to represent and perform and they're out there on the field. Show by example to your children what they have to do. Because if they don't learn it from you, they can't sit down and watch me and they're going to get it. They're never going to get it. You have to stand up in the face of this kind of foolishness, no matter the cost. And I'm challenging you as parents. Get a petition going. Say that you're no longer going to be sending your children to any of their meets, any of their events, nothing. Somebody wants to start an alternate association, go right ahead. Why hasn't she been removed as yet? Damien asked the question. Because nobody has the testicular fortitude. In other words, nobody ain't got the fucking balls to do it. And she remains firm because one thing that she has known since she has come to Cayman and had the benefit of living this miraculous life on the backside of the Caymanian people is that we have no backbone, most of us. And that's the one thing that she has learned. She can just sit back and ride out the other wave, just like the one last year. They came under immense pressure. Even the minister made comments about them and that what they did to Sidoni was wrong. And look at him now. Well, he's no longer minister, but look at where he's at. Up under the little assholes licking him out. You understand? This is the problem with us Caymanians. We can't stand for nothing, and we're certainly not standing for nothing for long. People always find a way to buy us out. That's how stupid we are. They know. They have the formula down pat. And what do Caymanians? I mean, I'm insulted when one of my own, right? Like that Cindy Wood woman you're talking about. Then you have nothing better to do? I'm insulted when a Caymanian does it. When you call on my show and I didn't even fucking hear a Caymanian accent and you tell me it must come off my own radio show that I'm paying for, I'm like, you have got to be fucking kidding me. Seriously? What? What alternative reality do you live in that you think you can call on my program and say something like that to me and not have me do a 10:30 segment on your ass? Where do you live, sir? Please, don't do it again. Speak out about something meaningful like protecting our children, which is what I'm over here trying to do. Boycott this association. Every single one of you should boycott the association. What can Sidoni do without athletes? Tell me. What is she going to do without athletes? You know what they did the last time we talked about her? She ran to Wayne Panton crying, but oh, Sandy is making me look bad. And you know what? Listen, nobody don't control me and nobody don't control my mouth. Let me be very clear. So I got the phone call, bless his little heart, and I said, Mr. Panton, with all due respect, have you even bothered to read the indictment papers about Sidoni's participation? They only touching her, but her behind should also be in jail. As far as I'm concerned, she should have been in jail right next to this pedo husband of hers. Did you know that he did these things through her association? Did you know how she continued to fly to the States to visit him? How she supported him? Bought condo, had truck, all kind of stuff. And then she run to people after that. Oh, he was using me and over there having affairs. And really? Really? You expected more of him, Sidoni, you damn fool? He's molesting people's children. Having affairs on you is the least of your worries. You should have been worried about what he's doing to people's children. I don't care who else he's screwing. He could be screwing every Gene down the block. That's to be expected of a man like him because he has zero scruples. If he can go after people's children the way in which he did, I assure you, yeah, that the least of your worries is the fact that he having an affair with somebody else. Poor you. This is the very, very definition of dumb and dumber. You don't got no sense. My God. Unbelievable. The only reason he didn't get convicted on the other charges is because the police screwed it up. How was he not charged with possession of child pornography even? Because he had images on his phone. Listen, y'all need to get it together. I don't have no apologies for my position on this whatsoever. I don't care who like it from who don't like it. February of 2018, right? He was sentenced in August and he went to jail, did his little jail bit in August of 2017. The second he come out, his wife is the secretary of the association and he sends a letter telling me he can sue the association. I'm like, really, dude? She sits back and allows him to do it. When I say allow him to do it, let me be very, very clear what I mean by this. I am married to a foreign national. Yes. Okay. I think it is a privilege for him to be in the Cayman Islands. We have a daughter together. But anytime he loses his good senses and becomes a non-compliant member of this community, law-breaking and acting the fool, you got to go, Bobo. You can't do it here. You'll have to go back to Jamaica and make your way over there. So, yeah? You can't stand for foolishness, even if you happen to be married to it. You need to put your foot down. In this particular offense, let me tell you something. This is not something that is explainable. He couldn't explain it to the judge, and there's no way in hell that he could have explained it to his wife, Sidoni Mothersill. Yes, she's an accomplice as far as I'm concerned. Aiding and abetting is right, and her ass should have been in jail. So you sit down and he writes a letter, because you mean to tell me you're going to be living in my house, right here, so in Savannah, right? Using probably my internet, my computer, my electricity. No. I was talking about my husband. I was giving an example. He's not Jamaican. He's from, I forget which country he's from now. And by the way, he's a disgraced doping athlete as well, on top of it all. Let's not forget his history of who he is. Oh, but that's who we bring here and try to put up on a pedestal to have our children. Oh, he'll coach you. Really? A doper? He's not honest. So, what was I going to say now? So yes, this is the kind of person you're going to make him write a letter to the association about how he can sue them. And you're secretary of the association. She would not even have the decency to recuse herself in that situation. He wouldn't be, he from Trinidad, yeah. He wouldn't be writing no letter under my watch, honey child. Before him and that letter got out the door, that would have been torn up and his behind would have been on the next flight. Of course, she let him write a letter. So we were fighting this, folks, back in February of 2018. Yes. And, they're talking about, according to the conditional relief law, this and that, because he didn't serve a sentence over a year. I said, I don't care. Cabinet makes all sorts of dispensations when they feel like it. He was sentenced to 18 months imprisonment on August 3rd of 2017, but only served a fraction of that time because of time spent in custody while awaiting extradition in the United States. Our legislators, folks, cabinet at the time under the PPM government refused to do anything initially about this man. They were prepared to let this monster stay here amongst us, right in Savannah Meadows, in her house. It was only after we started to kick up a stink that then they decided to, through cabinet, issue a deportation order, which they had the power to do all along. This is a thing that I want y'all to understand. We have everybody sitting back, legislators, coaches, parents. Everybody sits back and does nothing in these types of situations. Don't allow anybody, especially when it comes to the health and safety of your children, to allow you to compromise your standards. Don't do it. Stand up for your children. And I don't care who is head of this athletic association. This athletic association leaves a lot to be desired. And it's time that y'all said enough is enough. I'm trying to find the letter because I know we had the letter that he had the audacity to write to the association about how he was going to sue them. I was like, sue who? Oh, here we go. October of 2018. Convicted track coach threatens CIAA with legal action. Okay? Here we go. Convicted track coach has threatened the Cayman Islands Athletic Association with legal action for banning him from the association. What a brazen move. He claims that he's entitled to a hearing before any decision should have taken place to ban him. And he further claims that he wants to be reinstated and that his human rights have been violated under the ECHR UK Human Rights Act 1998 and the Cayman Islands Constitution. The man had time to sit down. Let me show it to you all, because even the very letter of the members of the committee, he had time to sit down and write this letter as his wife sat there as secretary of this association. So don't tell me that you care about the wellness and anything of our children. You want to talk about stuff that's taken away from them? This is what takes away from them. Go and read this article. Okay? Lance Barnes, under his presidency, removed the man, and then he could turn around the following year and talk about he wants to be reinstated. And who sat there as secretary but his wife? Really? You call my show this morning pretending that you care about children, and yet I've never heard your voice join this conversation. Don't play with me. I don't have to be involved in athletics in this country. I don't have to be one of the numerous parents that keep messaging me about the total chaos that is happening in that organization. It doesn't matter. The parents come to me because they want something to be done. The athletes come to me because they want something to be done. And so if I am their voice by extension, they don't want to be blacklisted. They're afraid. I'm telling y'all to put that fear aside and do what you got to do. Nonetheless, when they come to me with their concerns will be aired on this program. And I don't want anybody with any good senses to be calling, talking about, oh, you mustn't have this conversation. Fuck you. Okay? Let me make it very, very clear. The F word can go to you. I don't care who you think you are or who you are. Don't do it again. You're so brave, but you don't want to answer the phone now that's 10:30 because I'd like to personally tell you to go fuck yourself. Nope, not today, Bobo. Don't come to the Cayman Islands. I don't know what y'all be doing in your country. I heard an accent there. I'm not sure exactly where that accent is from. I'm not going to jump to any conclusions in terms of that. But don't come to this country and tell us, who already feel like we're second-class citizens, not to speak out in our own country and not to stand up and not to have freedom of speech at our own airwaves. Take that back wherever the hell you come from. Take that back to your country. Okay? Try it over there, so. Not here. This is the Cayman Islands. And somehow I think that you are here by invitation. I hope to God you're not married to a Caymanian. I don't know how you come here. You might be a coach. I hope you don't have too much contact with these young people because of that type of mentality. I can tell that you're not no use to them. I'm just saying. We're not harming any young person by having a discussion about association that is utterly disgusting and that has failed. So I'm not going to defend CIAA or any other youth-based organization or athletic organization, but not doing what they should be doing. So sorry for you. Sandy, she's talking about a fucking affair. Well, what was worse? If he's trying to molest children, if he wants to fuck adults that's his business. And she wants to get angry about that, but not about her children. Yeah, she obviously got some issues. Trust and believe. Let me tell you, I seen that man around young girls. I didn't like how he was looking at the parts and the track shorts, but the mother and father was there and couldn't see it. Listen, you're not the only person who said that they observed behavior in this man that made them pause and that gave them concern. And it is unfortunate that the parents didn't see it. Because until it was too late. I guess when they saw them hundreds of messages that he was sending this little 14-year-old child, 60-something phone calls. Well, what coach could be calling your child, your 14-year-old daughter that much? That's why you don't give these coaches your children's numbers. If they want to communicate with your child, message you as the parent. Parents, y'all need to wake up. If my 14-year-old has a phone, not no fucking adult man can have that phone number to be messaging her, talking about send me pictures and I want you to come ride my D. I gotta ride it for you with a fucking machete. Now I gotta ride it with chop that shit off. Please protect your children. Too many predators out there. I mean, these people are just disgusting isn't even the most appropriate word for them. They really, my God, y'all have no idea what they would do to your children. 345 Tilly says human rights has been the nail in our coffin when it comes to useless, no good, whatless, undesirables used to stay here. Yep, unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately. Anyway, nobody don't control this program. Let me be very, very clear about how this works. So I'm going to say it now so y'all can understand how it works, right? I pay for the airtime and it doesn't come cheap. I pay for it. I have to find the money every single month to pay for it. It is the largest single expenditure that I have to be able to reach the people of the Cayman Islands, airing out the issues that matter to you. Y'all the ones being victimized. The bitch is not going to roll up on me too easy. Okay? And so, y'all not contributing to that in any way, shape, or form? Sir, you don't pay for it. If you don't want something to be heard, go and listen to some other radio station where they're not going to talk about any of the hard-hitting issues in this country. Because that's not what this is about. That's not what the cold, hard truth is about. You hear the title of the damn show? The cold, hard truth? We're not going to put up anything to save face for anybody. Our children deserve better. They should be getting better. But as long as the parents sit back and allow the foolishness to happen, nothing will change. On that note, I want to end the program by saying this. To our athletes, you guys have a voice. Don't let anybody take that away from you. We've seen gymnasts, swimmers, all sorts of athletes all over the world be subjected to abuse. Don't sit back in the name of a gold medal, a silver medal, or anything else and allow anybody to touch you inappropriately, to say inappropriate things to you. Just don't do it. Speak up for yourselves as well. Whether you're 14 years old or 24 years old, tell somebody when inappropriate things are happening from the onset. Don't let it snowball. Don't wait for 69 phone calls before you try to reach out for help. The first inappropriate phone call, the first request for a naked picture, the first time, in fact, that the coach messages you, show it to your mommy. Show it to your father. Because a father should have grabbed him by the balls and swing him from Grand Cayman all the way to Cayman Brac. That's what a father should have done to him. Young people, don't let nobody abuse you. Okay? You stand up for yourself. Trust me, you have the inner strength to be able to tell an adult. And if that one adult don't listen to you, because people were complaining to Sidoni, need I not remind you guys that parents had gone to her and complained to her and she did nothing. Before the criminal charges, parents were telling me, this man is communicating with my daughter. He's doing it. And I spoke to Sidoni and she chose to do nothing. Y'all want me to respect her? I don't think so. You don't get respect like that. You can imagine a child coming to you, parents coming to you, saying, why is your husband inappropriately messaging my underage daughter? And you defend him and you do nothing? Now I say she should have been in jail right next to him as well. It's so scary. Like as a parent, You don't even know what to get your kids involved in, because I'm like, my God, is this what I'd have to be put on with? Well, God knows it's not going to be me. Under no circumstances. I would box him down good and proper. Cayman athletes, hold your head high. Don't let anybody tell you any foolishness, right? And I don't care who your mama is or where you come from. If you're an athlete that is out there representing the Cayman Islands, you're representing yourself with pride, right? You know what Caymankind looks like. You know how to be respectful to people. You know what sportsmanship looks like. I take my hats off to you. Whether you're on the swimming team, whether you're track and field, you're throwing the shot put, whatever it is that you're doing out there, folks, young people, remain positive. So this was the medal count, I think, as of Sunday. Look at Cayman coming in number 4 against a country like Jamaica. Of course, Jamaica is in the tops because they must have got 3.5 million people. Cayman does not even have 100,000 people. We have a lot to celebrate and to be proud of. But that does not mean that we sit back and allow the foolishness to continue in this country. Okay? That's not what that means. You don't let it happen. Because you get nowhere, you get no better. So I want to congratulate Devontae and Jaden and the young lady there, Miss Brianna. You guys have done a wonderful and amazing job, right? You have made Cayman proud with your contributions. Thank you very, very much for rising above all of the negativity, all of the lack of support that you get from this organization called CIAA, all the foolishness that they go on with. Thank you very, very much for doing your part and for, just coming out on top. We appreciate everything that you guys have done at the CARIFTA Games and beyond. This is just athletics, but those same skills you'll carry on into all aspects of your life. Representing with pride, standing up. By the way, I found a picture online I'm going to share with you guys of some of the Cayman contingents that was there. But my God, we needed to have way more than this. Where were they? Because it was organized so last minute. Wow. When we get the final medal count, we'll post all of those details. But again, I think that we dropped down the medal table as some of the other events came in. It looks like a day ago, Jamaica had 49 medals. Bahamas had 25. Guyana had 5. Guadalupe had 3. Trinidad and Tobago had 15. Cayman Islands had 3. And I don't know if this probably didn't include the swimming yet, but we'll try to get some final counts here. But I want to say congratulations to all of our athletes. You guys have done an amazing job. We wish that we had known more to be able to support you a bit more, but nonetheless, thank you very, very much. So big shout out. Again, once we find out when these athletes are coming back, I hope that you guys will go out. Yes, Mr. Zeus, I hear you. I hope that you guys will go out and support them. And here they are again representing. It's so interesting. Even I look at the athletes' uniforms, right? And I see Zeus has to go to the bathroom, folks. I see the uniforms, and I see how Jamaica proudly wears Jamaica across their shirts and their colors and everything. And poor little Cayman, the only way you can tell these are even Cayman athletes is we got little patches. We have so much work to do. So much work to do, honey child. Anyway, I'm going to leave you guys with this video from Miss Marva. Thank you, Miss Marva, for supplying this video. And then again, here's the little snippet here Here we go. Of our athletes or supporting section. Again, not enough, but it's better than nothing, honey child. I see some Cayman flags being raised there in that little section. My goodness, poor us. What a ting. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in to the program. Yeah, Zeus has got to go to the bathroom, so we're going to let him out. Appreciate it. And here's a video again, courtesy of Miss Marva.
Let's go, Cayman! Woo! Let's go, Cayman! Let's go, Cayman! Woo! Jamaica! Woo! Let's go, Cayman! Woo-woo! Sorry. Yes. Let's go, Cayman! Woo-woo!
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.